Okay, thank you. All right, good evening. I am going to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council for May 26, 2026. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Adler. Here. Councilmember Duena.
Present.
Councilmember Veros.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rubio.
Here.
And Mayor Armstrong.
Here. All right, at this time, I'd like the audience to please rise, and we have Adit Gotham from Troop 236, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Adit. All right, next item, please.
Item number 3, announcements. 3.1, changes and additions to the agenda. There are none this evening. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and bring it up to the city clerk.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open up public comment. Is permitted to address the city council on any non-agenda item related to the business of the city council. You can speak on items that are on the consent calendar, including a request to pull an item from the consent calendar and the reason why you wish to pull the item or items. Please note that the decision to remove the item from the consent calendar is strictly at the discretion of the city council. You may speak on requests for future agenda items, and you may speak on items that are not on the agenda but are within the city council's jurisdiction. Please be reminded that while the city ensures the First Amendment rights of its citizens, we do not accept nor endorse any offensive or hateful comments made during our meetings. The city celebrates the diversity of our community, and we strive to be a welcoming and open community for all. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk. While we encourage your comments, unfortunately, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda. The city council does take them very seriously, however, and if appropriate, staff will follow up. Speakers will have up to 3 minutes when called upon. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Our first speaker this evening is Soha Dalla.
Okay. Evening.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Saj, and I'm a 7th grade student at Gale Ranch Middle School. I've lived in this community for 13 years, and I'm grateful to call St. Ramon my home. Today, I'm honored to speak on behalf of BAPS Charities, an organization I'm proud to volunteer with. I'm also joined today by my family. BAPS Charities is a global nonprofit focused on community service, education, health and wellness, environmental care, and humanitarian relief. Across the United States, BAPS has established over 100 centers and over more than 25 years. BAPS Charities has been serving communities here in the Bay Area through volunteer-driven initiatives. As a youth volunteer, I've had the opportunity to take part in activities such as food drives, blood donation campaigns, community cleanups, and environmental initiatives. These experiences have taught me the value of compassion, teamwork, and giving back to the community. What makes BAPS Charity truly special is that it's powered by volunteers of all ages, youth, families, and seniors who come together with the spirit of selfless service. One of our signature initiatives is the annual BAPS Charities Walkathon, a nationwide event that brings together tens of thousands of participants across more than 100 locations. Over the years, these walkathons have supported important causes in health, education, civic engagement, and environmental protection. Here in the Bay Area, BAPS Charities has organized events that support local schools, hospitals, public organizations, and environmental programs, helping strengthen the communities we call home. For me, volunteer with the BAPS Charities is more than just service. It's a learning on how small acts of kindness can make a big difference. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share a little bit about BAPS Charities and the work it continues to do in our communities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your work. All right. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Jurna.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jurna Dahlia, and I'm currently a student at California High School and a volunteer with BAPS Charities. Building on what was shared earlier, I'd like to highlight the exciting initiative coming up this year. In 2026, BAPS Charities will be hosting 4 walkathons across the Bay Area, and we are especially excited that one of them is in the Tri-Valley area at Don Biddle Park in Dublin on Saturday, June 6th. These walkathons are part of an effort to bring the community together around health, service, and unity while supporting them for a meaningful case. This year, we are proud to partner with Save the Bay, an organization dedicated to protecting and restoring the San Francisco Bay Area for future generations. The walkathon is more than just an event. It is a community gathering open to the public where families, youths, seniors, and local leaders come together for a shared purpose and to make a positive impact. We warmly invite everyone in the community to join us for this event. We would also be honored to have the mayor and the fellow city council members to also attend and walk with us. We have shared an informal invite with the officers via email, and feel free to reach out with us if you have any questions or request any additional information. Thank you again for your time and your service to the community.
All right. And thank you for your service. Okay, next speaker, please.
Sue Bach.
Sue?
Once again. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong and City Council members. I want to premise that the following is a condensed version of Catherine Grace's op-ed in the local news for the Tri-Valley Danville San Ramon paper. The problem: climate impacts close to home. California has endured 46 extreme weather events since 1980, and the Tri-Valley region is increasingly vulnerable. From the 2020 wildfire evacuations to a 2023 flood that displaced 13 households. Residents are feeling it financially too. Home insurance premiums in high-risk Danville zones skyrocketed from $1,500 in 2015 to over $12,500 in 2025. Statewide, 7 heat events alone caused nearly 460 deaths and $7.7 billion in economic damage between 2013 and 2022. The proposed solution, Make Polluters Pay Superfund, rather than continuing to burden taxpayers, the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act would require fossil fuel companies, which knowingly concealed their role in the climate crisis, to fund the damage they caused. Money would flow to cities like Danville and San Ramon for wildfire resilience, infrastructure repair, clean energy, and emergency services, with at least 40% reserved for the most vulnerable communities. The upside: jobs and local benefits. The act could generate hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide in construction, clean energy, and climate resilience, while also funding electric buses and building electrification, priorities already in both cities' adopted climate action plans. The call to action: residents are urged to share the message, attend city council meetings, contact local or state legislatures, and support local resolutions back in the bill. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sue. All right, next speaker, please.
Olu Moldy. Mole.
Good evening. My name is Olu Oduwole. I'm a resident on Gale Ranch, 101 Coriander Court. I think this will be my second time I've ever come in here to voice my frustration. And my frustration specifically is to the geological hazard abatement district. Unfortunately, I missed the meeting earlier on because I messed up in terms of the timing. And I want to address this specifically to you, Mayor Armstrong, and also the city manager, to really address the issue of the pond or the fountain between Crow Canyon Road and Dorothy Road. I've been a resident here for almost 40 years. I'm the original owner of my place, and I'm still there. That pond, I can count on a hand how many times it's operated within a year. And yet, we continue to pay the taxes. It goes up every year, except for this year that says the budget remains the same as last year. So, Mayor, I expect you and the city council members to have a conversation with the geological district. What's going on in there? I don't mind to pay the taxes. I'll gladly pay the taxes, but it's got to operate. It affects, the property values in that area. And yet, when you come on Bollinger Canyon, the one just right around the corner, operates all the time. What's going on? That needs to be addressed. I got frustrated. That's why I decided that I want to attend the meeting tonight. Unfortunately, I missed the GHAD meeting, which preceded yours. So I expect all of you, or some of you, to address that issue very quickly. I don't mind paying the taxes. This time around, they sent me a note that the tax is unchanged from last year. Okay, that's good. But what is the issue for you not operating? That's what I want to understand. And it just rubs me to the core that we're doing everything as residents and citizens of this place, and we're not really getting the benefit of what we are paying for. Please address that issue very quickly. That's all I have to say. That's why I decided to stay to address you, Mayor Armstrong. Please do something. I've had series of excuses that, there's been vandalism and other stuff. But the one on Bollinger Canyon that is new operates all the time. What vandalism is taking place in there that cannot be fixed?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
And city manager, we can get his name and we can provide him the information.
I have my card if you want to give me a call, if you want to take the card. It is not part of the geologic hazard abatement district, but I will,
That's what they said to me.
yeah, I'll clarify that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speaker cards, and we did not receive any written public comment.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to move on to item 5, which is the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull any of the consent items? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion?
I move the motion for approving consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Veros, second by Vice Mayor Rubio for consent items 5.1 through 5.12. Okay, motion passes 5-0 unanimously. We'll move on now to item 6. We have no special presentations, no deferred consent items. So we're on to item 8.1, which is resolution number 2026-066, adopting the fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget, establishing an appropriations limit and authorizing carryover project appropriations. And we will have a staff report by Yulia Elbow. And good evening, Yulia. We've had considerable discussion on the budget so far already this year. So we started back in February. We've had different workshops. We've approved fee resolutions. We've talked about our revenues. We've talked about our expenditures. We've seen our preliminary budget, and here we are tonight. So What do we got?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong, member of the council, member of the public. So today we are presenting the proposed 26-27 fiscal year 26-27 budget. That's, as you said, been discussed during previous several meetings in a lot of details, both revenue, expenditures, how the budget was developed. So the budget was developed, as been discussed previously, based on the projected actuals for fiscal year 26. That was probably the main difference between the approach that's been taken this year. It was not based on the previous year budget, but what the departments felt would be their actual expenditures and revenues at the end of the year. The fiscal year 27 budget continues to show structural deficit that is alleviated by the use of one-time money, Measure N receipts. We, as a city, we're going to continue work on the resiliency framework, and that work is going to continue after the adoption of the budget during the several months later, as long as it takes, so we can get to the point when the city is not going to be relying on the Measure N revenue as much as it is right now. The main point of the current presentation is to look at the summaries for all funds, for the general fund, the calculation of the reserves for the fiscal year 27, calculations of the gain appropriation limit, and to adopt the resolution approving the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. It's been a long process of developing a budget that started mid-February, meeting with the departments. When we talked about the main approaches and why we change it, why we're looking at the different ways of developing a budget. We've talked a lot about the structural deficit and why it is present. It's because of the growth of the expenditures to provide the services at the current level is outpacing the growth of the revenues. And departments were very cooperative in looking at their operations and trying to find the resources of how to meet the expectations of growing their expenditures at a much lower pace than it's been historically present. Then at the month of April, we had 2 workshops, and then we continued to present revenue and expenditure details in May. And today is like a culmination of this whole process where we presented the whole budget at once. If we look at all of the operational funds of the city, which is about 70 of them altogether, the total revenues are expected to be about $158 million. And the main categories of those funds could be split in several portions. It's a general fund, which is accounting for almost 55% of all operations of the city on the revenue side, special revenue funds, debt service, capital projects, and internal service funds. On the expenditure side, again, general fund is the largest expenditure, which is about 56.9%. And the total expenditures among all of the funds are $115.7 million. Across all of the funds, the net increase is estimated to be $7.5 million, from which general fund increase is about $1 million. And again, we're going to mention the structural deficit that's been part of developing this budget. And the reason we talk about this is we want to show how heavily our city relies on Measure N. If we look at our revenues, overall, the revenue is about $85.4 million, from which almost $15 million, 14.9, is Measure N. Without the use of Measure N, the city is going to be in a deficit about almost $14 million. However, receipt of this one-time money allowing us to have a balanced budget and have net increase to our fund balance of about $1 billion at the end of the year. The city continues to rely heavily on also not only revenues and expenditures that we operate in general fund, but also on transfers in and out. Those transfers in and out are both supporting revenue in supporting general fund to some degrees, like transfers in from special zones, but also significant portion of the transfers out supporting other funds. And one of them is a Doherty Valley Fund, which is that transfer is also part of the calculations according to the existing policy of the reserves for the city. And the transfer out in fiscal year 27 is going to be about $5 million. And altogether, transfers out to Doherty Valley Fund, to capital project funds and others is $7.4 million of use of the resources of general fund. We want to talk definitely about the reserve calculations for the general fund. And even though we are adopting budget for 27, I wanted to show the change in the reserve bottom line for the between the fiscal year 26 and 27. The expected fund balance at the end of the fiscal year 26 is going to be about $31.8 million, which brings the expected reserve over the target by $4.3 million. And it is about 41.7% comparing to the target of 36%. Going into fiscal year 27 with the growth of expenditures and some larger use of the general fund to support Doherty Valley Fund expenditures, the expected excess over target is $3.3 million, and the total of the expected reserves is going to be 40%, which is still above the target of 36%. The next item that we want to discuss today is the adoption of the GAN appropriation limit, a little bit of the history of what this limit is. The GAN appropriation limit began as a ballot initiative by the California voters in 1979. And the main purpose of this legislative was to limit how much governments are expending on their day-to-day operations. By law, every city is required to adopt a resolution to approve the appropriation limit based on the actual appropriations from 1979, which are adjusted by city population growth ratio and California per capita cost of living ratio. And those calculations are growing year over year. The rates by which these calculations are adjusted are published every year on May 1st by the Department of Finance. The legislation also specifies the particular categories of revenues that are categorized as appropriations subject to limitations. The other portion of this legislation that if the revenues exceed the appropriation limit, the excess funds must be either refunded to the taxpayers or directed toward very specific purposes. When we look at the calculations for the fiscal year 27 of GAN for the city of San Ramon, the limit is $114.4 million, and the revenue subject to appropriations is $56.3 million, which brings city of San Ramon being under appropriation limit by $58.1 million. And the slide that I wanted to demonstrate as well is to show that that's not just the case for current year. We were in this position of having our appropriation subject to limitation being almost like below 50% of the allowable appropriation limit, which is very strong position. With this, we basically coming to the end of my presentation, which is about asking City Council to review proposed budget and adopt the fiscal year 26-27 budget as presented, establish the appropriation limit as required by the state, and authorize the carryover of unspent capital project appropriations into fiscal year 26-27. And the following steps that are going to follow the adoption of this budget are going to be discussion of the resiliency framework, which will be bringing to the your attention in the following couple months.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the end of my
All
presentation.
right, thanks, Yulia. You know, we don't talk much about again, appropriation limits because we have such a strong position there.
Yeah.
But it is something we have to go through. I'm just curious how do we compare to other cities around us with respect to the GAN appropriation limit?
Looking at the other cities, almost everybody surrounding us are in also strong position. That position may be not as high as ours. Ours, we are literally below 50%, which is not very common, but majority of the cities are also below the limitation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions for Yulia?
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yulia, for the presentation. You mentioned resiliency framework. I know we're not going to get into it now, but just for the general
Mhm.
acknowledgement, what likely topics would be covered?
The main topic is, of course, how to reach the balanced budget without the use of Measure N.
Okay.
How to rely on it less and less. And we're going to be discussing many of the policies, including the reserve policy, the purchasing policy, and many others that CC operates. We're going to be talking about the operations of each of the departments.
Yeah.
Where can we find savings? How we can generate additional revenues? And the main purpose is to build the framework where we're going to be generating more of the surplus of Measure N and developing a policies of how that surplus is going to be used to support the city's operations going forward.
I just want to thank you and the staff because I know it's, first you have to, in order to ask the right question, you have to understand where we're at. And so working backwards, it's a difficult job. And so this will enable us to better address through the resiliency discussions and the year to come, this fiscal year to come, how can we close the gap and not be reliant on Measure
Not being
N?
reliant on
So it's painful, I know, for everybody to hear it, but it's really easy too, just to look at the bottom line and say, oh, there's the mistake, there's the error, and let's just cut everything. But I'm glad that we're taking a pragmatic approach, an intelligent approach to this. And the most painful thing is to actually say, hey, here's the problem. We know what the problem is, and here's what we're going to do to fix it.
to
So,
acknowledge it. Yes,
and thank you.
exactly.
So,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Other questions? Let me down here, Councilmember Adler, you have any?
I'm fine, it's a question and our approach, looking down the road, so that we start this journey knowing our destination and taking steps along the way that make mid-course corrections so that we get where we want to be. I mean, that's half the battle, I think, having a proper goal. So I applaud you and the whole Jennifer for taking that approach.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rose.
Thank you, Yulia. I got most of my answers in all previous sessions. I have one question regarding this on page number. Anyway, this proposed budget, all funds, this one.
Okay.
So I see. Yeah, that one, yes. So on the debt service funds, I see expenditure 5.1, that makes sense. That's interest that we might be paying, right?
Mhm.
And then what is this revenue 3.5?
The revenues are departmental charges. So every payroll, every 2 weeks when we process payroll, portion of the debt service is being paid through the charges to the departments. It's similar to the approach that we have when we pay our OPEB obligation, patient obligation funds. So each department, we calculate how much we're going to pay at the end of the year, how much of the principal and interest is going to be paid during the year. And based on the formula is developed, what's the percentage that's being charged to the departments?
Okay.
And we bring this revenue. So to the very heavy extent, it becomes the expenditure to general fund because majority of the revenue of the payroll personnel costs are in general fund, even though some of them are in different funds, but the biggest portion is in general fund.
Okay, just to make sure I understood right. So 3.5 million is the amount that we collect from our employees for their OPEB.
It's not
And-
from the employees,
Yeah.
it's a charge that's part of the city's expense, but it's being processed through the payroll. It's like a mechanism to make it smooth, this transition, to make it smooth.
So,
So it means that departments are funding our debt obligations.
okay, that's why it is going into revenue, that we are receiving it as part, okay. Okay, sounds good. And I know that always the hot topic is how we can get that gap closed, right? We went from 9 to 6.6 and then our expenditure, but then our revenues are at 3. Do we have, I would say, do we have all the tools? Staff, do you have all the tools that you need to figure out how we can get that gap close as much as possible so that we can avoid the K-shape in future?
I think these are going to be our discussions in the coming months when we're going to be talking about what resources we have, where we can generate additional revenue, where we can lower our expenditures or take some other approaches.
Okay, future policies and discussions, then
Yeah.
we should be able to come out with that. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rubio.
I just have one kind of a really broad question, but I think it would be really beneficial for all of us to just get a sense of things. As we start to grow as a community, we have more people living here, and I'm assuming more people buying and shopping here in San Ramon. And hopefully therein also sparking more interest in businesses doing business here in San Ramon with that higher density kind of downtown core happening. What do you anticipate that will help us in that framework in terms of closing that deficit? Should we, when 9 years out, when Measure N sunsets?
It's really, I would say it's a bifold process because yes, on one hand, you're getting more of the revenues because of the growth in maybe shopping activity or property tax revenues or some other sources. But on another hand, with the growth of the population, you also usually experience growth in your expenditures because of the service calls that you receive, service to the streets, to the lights, to everything else. So a lot of calculations need to be done to answer your questions.
I know it's complicated, and
Yeah.
that's kind of the tricky part of like, how do we factor all of that in? And granted, we've kind of established inadvertently some funds on the side through recent developments that we've approved that will bring additional money in to help with those, offset some of those costs. So that will be something that should help serve as a buffer, right? To
some
close that
degree,
gap in terms of, additional costs that will incur as a city with a greater demand from the population, right?
Yes.
And so, Yeah, so I just had a general question about that, but I do want to say also commend you, both of you equally, for the work you've done. I mean, I know it was not easy. I mean, having to go back and do such a deep dive on something that thankfully was caught and addressed effectively. And, you know, I'm really glad to see the first year out that with Measure N, we were able to effectively close that deficit. And now we can at least start to pivot on focusing, how do we close that deficit going forward
Exactly.
without Measure N? So thank you so much.
Yeah,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
All right, any other questions?
Because I think you indicated that the goal was to generate more from the Measure N money that we have. Is that a goal that once we get this money, are we able to, as we, obviously we're using a lot of it to pay the deficit off, but hopefully as we look better down the road, are we going to be able to maybe have through investments or whatever, grow that money a little bit more? Is that?
The ultimate goal is to develop process where we're not going to be as reliant on Measure N. So then we can have more of the excess of the Measure N money left every year.
But that money doesn't just stay, I mean.
They're not, no, of course not. Everything that city possesses as a liquid assets, it's in investments and
Are we
it's
able to do
working
something
to help us.
with that money a
Yes.
little bit, and generate more money from the money? I mean, through investments or?
We're going to be bringing investment report, I think, next meeting, right,
Okay.
Jennifer?
Yeah, so any unused money would be invested and be as earning based on our current investment policy. But if council were to use it, they could use it. It would be considered one-time funds. So we would need to find one-time uses for that money. But in essence, if we are reducing our dependence on Measure N, then every year we should have kind of an additional Measure N cushion every year.
Right.
And so part of going through the policy discussion is to make sure that we are being intentional about where we are allocating those additional city resources, so that as soon as they become free, we're not making quick offhand decisions. We are intentional and we have a plan
Being
ahead of time.
prudent.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I see another question down here. Anyone else? All right, well, hearing no other questions, I am going to then open up public comment on this item. And I'm sure we got some speakers. Who's our first speaker?
Johannes Tillahan.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor,
Evening.
members of the council, city manager, and everyone. Mayor, let me start with you. At the last meeting, you said, please have a look at the financials. I'm not sure if you remember, but I took you up on that challenge. But not only did I look it up on that, I went back through the 10 years of audited financial statements, and I want to share what I found. First, let's give credit where credit is due. The work happening on this budget for this year is real. The fiscal resiliency framework, the 2% expenditure growth target, the 4% revenue growth target, the 10-year forecast. This reflects the council and staff that have already acknowledged the structure issue and are working on them. Day to day, the city is well run. I don't have much to say on that. Congratulations to the team. That's not my question tonight. My question is about the future and the trends underneath the budget. I looked at the 7-year balance sheet indicating indicators using the city's own audited financial reports from fiscal year 2016 through fiscal year 2025. Five of those seven moved in the wrong direction over the decade. A few examples worth sharing. The total asset to total liability ratio. This compares everything the city owns to everything it owes. In fiscal year 2016, the ratio was 8.72. By 2025, it was 3.83, 9 consecutive years of decline. The city remains solvent, but the cushion has thinned year over year. Number 2, financial assets to total liability. This compares the city's liquid asset, the ones that can be converted to cash quickly, to its total obligation. When this number is above 1, the city has enough liquid resources to cover its liability. In fiscal 2023, the ratio dropped below 1.0 for the first time. It remains below 1.0 through fiscal year 2025 at 0.93. I'll go through. In debt to revenues, this shows whether the city has more financial assets than debt of the other around. The city ran a net surplus position of 7 straight years through 22. And 23 marked the first appearance of a net debt on the books. These are not crisis number. The city is not in immediate direction, but improvement from position of stress is not the same of underlying strengths. And the trends are running underneath the operating budget where the most residents do not see them. My question for the council is this. As 27 budget moves forward and as the July 14 long-term plan, 2 more seconds, framework, including the balance sheet trains, not only the opening definites conversation. The measure and conversation is well understood. The balance sheet conversation is not. So I just want to bring this to your attention, look at it from a real management point of view and put it into perspective when you look at everything. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speaker cards. We did receive written public comment from Pranav and Diane and Brian Swanson, which are before you and in the red binder in the back of the room.
All right, I acknowledge receiving those electronically and written form. Okay, then I'm going to close public comment and back to council now for how we want to move forward on this. Final comments before we move for a vote. Yeah.
First of all, thank you. Thanks, staff, for all your great work. Thanks, Yulia, for great presentation. I really like the format that we did, like revenues, expenditure, then putting together so that we as a council got more time to ask the questions, also digest this huge budget into all that information. So thanks for making this. And thanks to all department heads, like we were like at 9 expenditure at 9%, but then we got it down to 6.6, and then we are trying to get close to, I know we still have that gap, right, from 3% revenues. So that's all everyone's mind is how we can reduce that gap. So as city manager already suggested that the major that can move the needle is measures, but I don't think we have option to get any new measures at this point. Only one thing I would say that we need to see how we can, with current measure N, how we can close that gap. That's very important. And how we can continuously save so that I would like to see the debt service, especially the 5.1 million that we are paying. We need to see how we can reduce. I'm definitely looking forward for our reserve policy. Maybe that's one place where we may be able to see how we can use some of that money to reduce this debt service expenditure. And coming to revenues, we definitely want to see how we can increase. I may not say that overnight we can grow like from 1 to 10, but we need to figure out how we can get there. If it means that we need to reach out to our community members, reach out to business communities, and also our nonprofits organizations, we need to reach out to them and see how they can, they may have some suggestions or some support. So because we need to bring more business to our city. So I would like to see that we move in that direction, focusing on revenue. For me, expenditures already, as our staff, department heads, as well as city manager, you guys are doing the best. We don't want to cut to the bones where we'll lose all the quality, high quality that services that we are providing. So at this point, I would rather focus on how we can build more revenues. Meanwhile, definitely we want to have a keen eye on our expenditures, but yeah, so Once again, thank you very much for all your great work.
All right, thank you. Other council member comments? Anyone? Okay, Vice Mayor Rubio, anything?
No, I mean, I think we kind of talked about it in the previous conversations, a lot of the stuff that we're talking about right now. But of course, as was mentioned as well today again, you know, we're going to really look in this resiliency framework. We're going to really look at how do we make the money we do have available grow. And that's something that everybody should be doing. I mean, everybody at every level of government. So it will be, you know, something that we need to flesh out, obviously, but like I said, you know, I mean, it was, you know, it is at least reassuring that we've closed the deficit in year one, because that is a huge thing, and to have some surplus money left is important. So it's showing a positive sign, I'm saying, that we're starting off on the right direction. And we're gonna have to put, of course, some of those checks and balances along the way to make sure we continue to refine that and be more efficient as we move along, so that eventually we can get to that goal that the council member Veros was talking about. So.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you.
All right. And yeah, I'll just say, as we've been talking about tonight and talking about for several weeks now, a couple of months now, you know, this cost of living and the inflation and everything else and is really impacting our expenditures, and those expenditures continue to outpace the revenues, and that's what we're dealing with here. But I do want to say it's a great job by our finance department, great job by all the departments to come up with this budget for this year. We've got a balanced budget, and while we still have a structural deficit, the Measure In is covering it for now, and our reserve is in good shape. I'm pleased with that. We're well over our 36% policy. And as I said at the last meeting, I'd like to move quickly on this financial resiliency framework. It sounds like we've got a plan to get that on the calendar and make that happen. And then also, you know, just this whole idea of, you know, focusing long term. Let's not just react to things, you know, but we'll review that reserve policy, review different revenue options, how we might be able to be more efficient or reduce some of the expenditures. But as Councilmember Rose said, we don't want to reduce services. Our communities come to expect a high level of service, and we had to cut some things back prior to Measure In. We've been able to restore some of those items, but we don't have to be doing deep cuts. We've cut pretty deep already, and we've got to, you know, don't have a large staff to do the great work that we're doing. And so I commend the staff for all that they do. But anyway, great job. I look forward to voting in favor of tonight's resolution approving the budget. And with that, can I get a motion?
I move the motion.
I'll
to
second.
adopt.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilmember Rose, second by Vice Mayor Rubio, to adopt the resolution 2026-066, adopting fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget, establishing an appropriations limit and authorizing carryover project appropriations. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. And please vote.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you, Finance Department, all the departments, for your hard work in getting this year's budget across the finish line. Now we're going to move on to new business. First item is regarding resolution number 2026-067, authorizing the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the City of San Ramon and the Service Employees International Union Local 1021. We have a staff report by Megan
Good evening.
Donahue. Evening.
Okay, let's see if I can finally get this to go without Lisa's help. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I am very excited to be presenting to you tonight Resolution number 2026-067, which is our proposed Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with the Service Employees International Union Local 10-1, or SEIU. So as some background, there are 2 represented labor groups here at the City of San Ramon. SEIU is one of those groups. They currently represent a total of 55 employees in the positions of maintenance technician, maintenance specialist, maintenance coordinator, and electrician. Our current MOU with SEIU was for a 4-year term and set to expire at on June 30th of this year. And so based on that knowledge and with the direction of the council, we began meeting with representatives of SEIU earlier this year and successfully reached a tentative agreement on a new MOU on May 20th last week, which was ratified by SEIU membership. So some of the key highlights of the terms of that new MOU are that we have a proposed 4-year term. So this new contract would run from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th of 2030. Of course, we discussed compensation. And so as part of this contract, the salary ranges for the salary ranges for those job positions I just outlined would increase by 3% on July 1 of each year of the contract. So with the first increase would come this July 1st in about a month or so. We also negotiated the creation of a commercial driver's license differential pay. And what that will allow the city to do is ensure that we have those specialized drivers to assist with city operations. And we can ensure that we won't have any gaps in that delivery. As part of that, we also agreed that a differential pay that had been previously negotiated for the shop coordinator position will expire when the current incumbent leaves that position. Additionally, we clarified the city's safety shoe program, which is a program by which the city ensures that our maintenance folks have the right safety boots for the work they do. We discussed the alternate work schedule program and fine-tuned some of the terms of that program and agreed to the schedules that would be acceptable for both parties. And then, as is the case with any document that lives for a 4-year period, there's inevitable cleanup. Often ours are dealing with CalPERS compliance or legal updates, language that we thought was clear when we signed the MOU, but turns out not to be so clear, and then some other minor non-economic issues. So the fiscal impact of this new MOU, the estimated cost of the total contracts, that's over the 4-year term, is just over $860,000. The first year cost, so that's coming up in this upcoming fiscal year, is just over $150,000. And that cost has already been incorporated into the budget that was presented to you this evening. And then I've also outlined in subsequent years the additional costs that will come with this contract. Any questions on that?
All right, very good. Thank you, Megan. Any questions on the contract? Okay.
So thanks for the presentation. Did we ever had to increase a pay less than 3%?
Did we, I'm sorry, say, would you?
Did we ever had incident like where we paid less than 3% in past?
To my knowledge, I don't believe we've cumulatively, I can't speak. Megan.
No, I can't say it.
Now we can't say it. Can someone in the audience please say
Cumulatively.
over the course of a contract term? I don't believe we've had anything lower than 3%. There may have been with the POA contract, there was 1 year where it was 2%, but it balanced out over the remainder of the contract term.
Oh, okay.
We've also had years where there were elements of the contract that were left up to the market. But in a time of increasing fiscal we want more fiscal clarity. We didn't want to leave it up to let's see what happens with CPI or a market survey. So this also allows us to all know what we're walking into over the next 4 years.
That's a major benefit.
Yes.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Schwena.
Yeah. Who's the Jedi Master that negotiated 3%? That's,
You know what?
no one understands how, like, you're just presenting the results, but if people really understood how it takes to negotiate with labor unions, it's in a short time. I really, like, there's some trickery going on. So I'm just curious, like, what mastery?
Well,
happened?
first of all, it's a team effort, but we also truly, SEIU is an incredible partner at the table. And I would say that this is, knock on wood, but we have just incredible partners across the table. And so everyone was really motivated to reach a contract before the end of the current contract. And so we were really kind of running at full steam from the jump. So it was a great, incredible process for both parties.
I have to learn how that. Thank you. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have time for comments in a moment. Let's get questions out of the way. Any questions?
Is the 4-year term, is that a kind of a standard period of time for a contract of this sort?
It really depends. I would say that 4 years is frequently the goal with a contract like this, but in kind of times of financial uncertainty, sometimes there's 2-year contracts, 3-year contracts. So 4 years is always a goal of these types of negotiations.
Yeah, you don't want to keep coming back every other year to
Exactly.
do that. Thank you. Good job to everybody involved.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Rubio, questions?
Well, not necessarily a question, but if you want me to hold off on.
Yeah, let's just handle questions now. We'll get public comment, and then we'll go for comments.
Mhm.
Okay. Any final questions from council? All right, then I'm going to open up public comment on this item. And do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards and no written public comment has been received.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and now we're back to comments on the item. Let me start with you, Vice Mayor Rubio.
So I just want to, yes, also commend you on the work that that all of you did. I know SEIU 10-1 is a very savvy, smart union. They know what they're doing as well. So the fact that you were able to really come to this agreement is a reflection of the professionalism that both of you exercised.
Absolutely.
And so I just want to thank you for that. And of course, thank them as well for the
Yes.
hard work they put into it.
Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of trust on both sides.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, other final comments?
Thank you for making this happen. And thanks to both sides. Congratulations to both sides, because this helps us to have a clarity for our next 4 years rather than keep on coming back and fighting over all those basics again. So yeah, hopefully our finance director is okay with that, as she's working hard on how to close the gap while I'm seeing that there is increase in the expenditure going to 800K, so as a cumulative. But I'm sure she is keeping an eye on that one. So
Yes.
thanks,
Thank you.
staff.
All right, any other final comments? All right, I'll also say congratulations to all the parties involved in the negotiation. I agree. I think it provides clarity. I think it provides predictability. It'll help us for this next 4 years as we kind of work through some of these budget challenges we've been talking about tonight. So thank you very much. And at this time, can I get a motion to adopt resolution 2026-067 authorizing execution of the memorandum of understanding between the city of San Ramon and SEIU Local 1021?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Rubio, second by Councilmember Veros. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Megan.
So much.
Good job tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to move on to item 9.2. This is a review and discussion of the use of flagpoles and display of flags policy. Council approved under resolution 2021-066. So we are to provide direction to staff, and we have our assistant city manager.
It is weird to be on this side. I like that side.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. We are here today to review and discuss the city's flag policy as reviewed by the policy committee. So the original flag policy was adopted back in 2021 and had not been reviewed since then. It did establish guidelines for flags that are authorized to fly on city-owned flagpoles and flag stands, our half-staff protocols, conditions under which commemorative flags may be requested to be flown, as well as the prohibitions of the flags representing political, religious, for-profit, or foreign entities. So in April of 2026, the City Council directed a review of the policy by the Policy Committee. And the rest of the presentation will be a summary of the updates and proposals from the Policy Committee. So on my right-hand side, your right-hand side, is a snapshot of the policy. So in summary, the first one is really just clarification that it's the state of California flag in addition to the US. The 5 flags that were originally recognized will stay in addition to item number 6, which is commemorative flags of the United States, state of California, and the US, or in the city of San Ramon. So, you know, the flag for 250 is a commemorative flag of the United States, so that would fall now with this change. Another recommendation from the Policy Committee was strengthening the policy in language and clarification regarding the half-staff protocol as well as flag etiquette, to include that the half-staff would be in adherence to federal or state orders. On the second page of the policy, there was a clarification of adding simple majority. While there's no legal definition between simple majority and majority, they just wanted that clarification. So they're not going to supermajority, just simple majority. So there'd be 3 members of the council. We also made clarification that any flag request would be presented under new business on the agenda, so not the consent calendar. So we clarified that. Another change was limiting commemorative flag displays to no more than 2 flags at a time. And then the last 2 would be adding the commemorative flagpole can be used for nationally or state designated awareness and heritage months, including but not limited to. So for example, American Heart Month, Women's History Month, Asian Pacific American Heritage, Pride Month, and those are just examples. So of course, council, we could add, we can remove, that is just kind of where the starting point. And then again, adding the simple majority at the last piece of it. So there were 2 common themes that kept coming up with the discussion of the Policy Committee that we are bringing forward to the council for a full discussion. One of the options was an ongoing authorization. So essentially when a flag request was approved, it would then be approved in perpetuity. And so it wouldn't come back to the council unless a council member requested for a reconsideration of that flag. So this process would provide long-term consistency, so avoiding the annual renewals of a flag request. However, it could limit public input or review because once it goes to the city council, it won't be heard again until a council reconsiders that flag. The other option was an annual approval. So this is where kind of how the council would approve your annual liaison appointment. So every January, a list would come before the city council of all the commemorative flags the council wishes to fly for the calendar year. And so that list would get reviewed on an annual basis. It also was discussed, well, what happens if you have an ad hoc? What if a flag comes up throughout the year that you want to fly? And the committee decided that at that time it would be treated as an ad hoc basis and the flag request would still come before the city council and then it would discuss amongst the annual that was presented as well as this new flag. And so with that, it's you're reviewing the flag every year. So it's, you know, ongoing, but that way you're not doing a one-off every time. So the next step for the council this evening is going to be either revising the policy with revisions that are determined by the full city council or maintaining the current policy as it stands. And you have any questions for me or the committee members, which is comprised of Vice Mayor Rubio and Council Members Raynat?
Okay, thank you, Christina. And I saw the city manager cringe when I promoted you prematurely earlier, but no.
No,
Okay.
that's fine. I'll just have to inform Scott Cole.
Oh, I got promoted again?
Yeah, assistant city manager.
I missed it.
All right, do we have any questions?
I don't have a question.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a question, but is this time to make a comment regarding the actual language in the policy? Because I wanted to make an adjustment to the draft.
Let's go with the questions first, with what was presented, and then I think we're going to get into discussions.
No problem.
and Clarifications on language and that sort of thing. At least I hope that's the way we go. Questions?
I have one only, the small one, but it's a clarification question.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify really quick when we said no more than 2 flags per flagpole. Is that correct?
Yes, so 2 flags per the commemorative flagpole.
Okay. I
Yes.
just want to make sure because, if we have, say, 1 year, we have another state or federal commemorative flag, it might be 3, but 1 is going in front of the city hall and the other 2 would be in the commemorative flagpole. Does that make sense?
Yes,
I think I don't know if we need a clarification in that, but it's something that just dawned on me. Does it say no more than 2 per flagpole?
It does. It says no more than 2 commemorative flags may be displayed at the same time, but it does not specify which flagpole.
Yeah.
However,
I
it
know-
is under the
yeah.
commemorative flag display.
Exactly. I mean, I know what our intention was, but I'm wondering if maybe we
Clarify that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And I guess I had the same question, but it sounds like it just got answered. I can see how you could have 2 flags displayed on the marquee, and because there's no particular order, it'll just rotate through. But on the flagpole, I don't understand, how would we display 2 flags on the commemorative flagpole and determine which flag goes above the other flag?
Those are very good questions, which the policy committee also raised those same questions. I think at that time, depending on how it was decided, whether it's in perpetuity or the flag request is at that time, it would then be decided which flag was flown first and which flag was flown second. Or similar to how the council handled it at the last meeting, where a flag is flown for X amount of days and then the remainder is for another flag. It would really be at the discretion of the city council.
The decision, no, it was a former that we just talked about, which was if there's 1 that's already there, has been there for I don't know, 5 years or something, and someone else brings another flag and it's in the same month, to avoid conflict, we had agreed that it's probably just best to leave the original one at the top and the newer one comes second at the bottom. And that way there's no discussion about it. We don't have anyone saying, oh, you don't care as much about my flag or something like that, but it's just a policy so that we have a standardized process.
What's wrong with 2 weeks in the beginning and 2 weeks at the end?
Because that's why we have the 2, no more than 2. But what you're saying is a separate issue. The specific question that the mayor had is which one goes on top and which one goes on the bottom, because the policy that we proposed is you can raise up to 2 flags on the commemorative flagpole. So the mayor's question is specifically which one goes on the top and which one goes on the bottom.
I know it's a question.
Right. But the 15 days that you're talking about is not actually, that's like a separate issue that we're separate from his question is what I'm saying.
It's not separate from this question. I'm merely offering suggestion because we never settled it at the policy hearing.
Yeah, and that
was just a suggestion.
Well,
It was our suggestion.
I'd welcome the continuation of this discussion when we get to that part, because I have some additional thoughts on what you have said. So, but other clarifying questions just on the presentation.
That was my question, actually. So.
Okay.
I got.
Robert.
Question
Richard.
number 1 and number 2 for the city attorney about are there some advantages of one over the other? I mean, obviously, if we take number one, we're not changing the policy, but are there some advantages of maybe looking at it every year? And I don't know, legally, is there any advantage of, kind of setting our course every year on what we're doing?
Well, the two options are basically a balancing act between two laudable council goals. The first being the public participation in the process, and the second being efficiency. So that you're kind of trying to balance between efficiency and public participation. If you want to lean more toward public participation, then you do each and every approval on an ad hoc basis.
Mm-hmm. But as far as what, we will somebody may come up to us and say, can you fly this flag? And is that something that the policy is does it have to be done at the beginning of the year? I mean, are we going to set a policy at that time? Like, okay, if you're going to fly a flag, we need to do it early on, so it's all worked out, at the beginning of the year, maybe even before the beginning of the year. I mean, is that something that we should consider, or?
Well, that is under consideration as we speak, and the council is free to set the policy at this time.
Okay.
So that my understanding is that comes as part of ad hoc request. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? I think we all probably have some additional comments. So if there's no questions, then I'm going to open up public comment. And who's our first speaker?
Gary Chapin.
All right, Gary.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Gary Chapin, 47-year resident of San Ramon. Spent all my life in California somewhere. And just want to speak tonight with regards to the fact that the California flag should be flown. The city of San Ramon flag should be flown. The United States flag should be the biggest one, bigger than we have now, flying out there, telling us who we are. We are Americans. I happen to be a Polish, Russian, Italian, German, Swedish American. Do I get to fly each of those flags on their holidays? What are the limitations? What I heard today, there's not much limitation on what can be flown. And I have a concern with that. And I would hope that the council would continue to look at what's allowed and what's not allowed. Because not everyone agrees with what's being flown out there. And so if that's the case, then why does someone get to fly a flag that they want to fly, and I can't fly what I want to fly on the flagpole? Because it's going to come up. And I think you better deal with it. And I think you better set a standard for what flag goes on top, goes on the bottom, or you're all going to pay the price for that one. So thank you so much for listening.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Anu Gupta.
Good evening. I'm Anuradha Gupta. I'm the president of PFLAG Danville San Ramon Valley and representing our PFLAG chapter and San Ramon Valley Diversity Coalition today. The LGBTQ community, their loved ones and allies advocated for the pride flag, which led to the commemorative flag policy of 2021. The policy review was initiated today because of the pride flag resolution. We are painfully aware that the LGBTQ community is the most vulnerable to being attacked. On May 12th, the America 250 flag and disability flag, pride flag, were adopted unanimously, the first commemorative flags to be approved since the original pride flag in 2021, which is great. The discussion on content neutrality begs the question, why would there be a council member's vote against the pride flag in April, and that same council members vote in favor of America 250 and disability pride flag in May? Regardless, we are so glad the draft policy will continue to celebrate patriotic milestones and the diversity of our beautiful community and forever grateful to the people behind the 2021 policy, the LGBTQ community and allies who paved the way for this day of inclusion. It often takes the struggle and resilience of the underserved to support belongingness for all. This year showed us that the LGBTQ community will always be at the mercy of council members unless the pride flag is explicitly included in the policy amendment, like it was mentioned. We appreciate the elected representatives who have supported us, and we can't afford to be politicized and marginalized. The draft policy enumerates a number of possible resolutions, but it fails to mention the very one at the heart of this, the pride flag, which until very recently was the only commemorative flag displayed. While we acknowledge that the list is not exclusive, it would seem to make basic sense that the only commemorative flag with any historical significance be included in this list. Respectfully, we do not support the draft policy until this change is added, and we request this edit. We also request the pride flag be raised in perpetuity for future years without requiring a new harrowing approval each year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dan Frank.
Good evening. As a disabled person, it's wonderful to see the disability pride flag raised by the city. Thank you very much for acknowledging the extraordinary contributions made by disabled Americans. On Monday, May 18th, the Islamic Center of San Diego suffered a horrific shooting that has become all too common in the United States. There's a direct through line between those killed in San Diego and the 13 murders of trans people so far in 2026. Both are historically marginalized groups and are subject to violence based on their historically marginalized status. Make no mistake, it is now the policy of the United States government to destroy the trans community. Many members of the LGBTQ+ community, specifically trans people, are in imminent danger. 32 trans people were murdered in 2024, 27 in 2025. The suicide rate of the LGBTQ and trans community is 3 to 4 times higher than the national average. Pride flag saves lives. It represents persistence, love, and freedom for all. It gives people who have been shunned by society and their own families a symbol that they are not alone. Vilifying the pride flag is a very common trope and has been around for decades and is very tired, embarrassing, and has reached meme letters of ridicule. Only weak and cowardly people attack marginalized groups. It is un-American to do so. San Ramon must continue to fly the pride flag permanently every June, not because Mr. Jewinett utilizes as an obscure legalese in an attempt to remove the flag, it is because it's a human thing to do. It's supported by the overwhelming majority of citizens of San Ramon and other cities throughout California. It is not a mystery why Mr. Jewinett brought this proposal up just before Pride Month was set to begin in the Bay Area. He could have done so in October or February of this year, but he chose to do it right before Pride Month. If anybody thinks that's a coincidence, I have a bridge to sell you. On June 1st, the pride flag, at 5 o'clock, the pride flag will be raised near City Hall in San Ramon, hopefully not for the last time. On June 6th, PFLAG is hosting an all-day celebration near the Danville Library from 10 to 4 p.m. and is open to all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Riza Bensel.
Hi, my name is Riza Bansal and this is Rhea. I'm an 11-year-old girl who goes to Bollinger Canyon Elementary, and I'm standing here today because I want to support the LGBTQ+ community. I think it's important to have symbols to support this community, and the flag is one important symbol. I'm supporting and standing here today to ensure that the pride flag will be flying in the future. Also, because I want my friends, family, neighbors, or everybody to feel safe and welcome to be themselves. I want people to be free. I want people to live freely and not thinking that they can't be themselves. So this is why I stand here proudly today, so that our pride flag shall continue to fly. I'm saying, I know that I'm saying the same as many adults here, but it's different when it's the same words are coming from a child's mouth and point of view. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yamini Dix.
I'm sorry, who?
Is it Yamini Dix? Dixon.
Yamini.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, San Ramon City Council. My name is Yamini Dixit, and I'm representing a local organization called Rewire Community. We have served the San Ramon area and sister cities for over 13 years in the gender justice and equity space, working with survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. This violence sees no gender barriers. So we stand here as friends, neighbors, members, allies, and advocates for all gender identities and sexual orientations. As it might be obvious, I speak specifically for the Pride flag, as that's the one that has flown on the commemorative flagpole, as Anu also just mentioned. I'm sure you have heard this many times, and as Riza just said, that symbols matter. Every time this city has raised the Pride flag, it has done more than honor the history, struggle, and triumphs of the LGBTQ+ community. It has declared to all of us that love is love. It gives a vital message of safety and dignity to a marginalized community. While I understand that we will have the Pride flag raised this year, I also know that pausing and questioning such representation, as we seem to be doing now, with bringing this discussion in, sends a painful message of exclusion. Reviewing policy is certainly very good governance, but I hope it is applied systematically across all city policies, and this one is not being singled out because of what it has stood for. Our city is at its best when every resident feels safe, seen, and celebrated. And if by vote we find that the raising of the Pride flag is removed from or not mentioned explicitly and clearly in the policy, it would feel like Groundhog Day, like the day we stood here years ago asking for our leaders to be vocal supporters. This is a city that has supported our organization's work for over a decade, so we know you understand what it takes to build a thriving, diverse community. We urge you to stand by that value and ensure that the Progress Pride flag continues to be part of San Ramon's present and future, as a testament to our collective commitment to equity and inclusion for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speaker cards, but we did receive written public comment from Douglas Medlin, which is before you and in the red binder in the back of the room.
All right. I acknowledge receipt of that as well. All right, then I'm going to close public comment. And now, any other questions for staff? But it's time for us to have a discussion, debate, however you want to call it, and then provide some direction to staff on how to move forward. We'd like to start off.
I just want to make amplifications to the draft if I can.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Do you want me to read it through the red line that I wanted to include in the draft, or do you want me to cite just to the statute?
As long as we're clear at the end what it is that we're approving, then
no problem.
I'm fine
No
with
problem.
it either
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. So this is related to what I brought up at the policy meeting related to religious flags and for-profit flags. So bear with me because I'm going to read through it because I think it's important that we get it in the record. Basis and prohibitions, because I believe the flag policy should emphasize why we can't fly these flags. Government speech. The city's flag poles and flag stands serve as instruments of the city's official expression. They are not open to the public as a forum for private speech. All flags displayed on city-owned flag poles and flag stands represent the official sentiments of the city of San Ramon. The city retains sole authority to determine which flags are displayed. Citation, U.S. Constitution, Amendment 1, California Constitution, Article 1, Section 2. Religious organizations. Flags representing religious organizations shall not be displayed on city-owned flag poles or flag stands. The display of a religious organization's flag on government property constitutes a government preference of one religion over others and risks an unconstitutional establishment of religion. U.S. Constitution, Amendment 1, Establishment Clause, California Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. For-profit organizations. Flags representing for-profit or commercial organizations shall not be displayed on city-owned flagpoles or flag stands. Display of a commercial's entity's flag on city property implies city endorsement of that enterprise and may constitute an unlawful gift of public resources to a private party. California Constitution, Article 16, Section 6, California Government Code, Section 1090. Political organizations. Flags representing political parties, political action committees, or other partisan political organizations shall not be displayed on city-owned flagpoles or flag stands. Such displays would constitute use of public resources for partisan political purposes. California Government Code, Section 8314, California Constitution, Article 1, Section 2. Other nations. Flags of foreign nations shall not be displayed on city-owned flagpoles or flag stands as an expression of the city's official sentiments. The conduct of foreign relations is reserved to the federal and state government and is beyond the scope of our municipal authority. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Article 2, Section 2. You may cross-check those sections as well, but.
Thank you. Yes. The one that I would have a question on is California Constitution, Article 16, Section 6. Did you say? I have also Section 5, which was cited in one of the seminal cases, LA versus Fox, or versus LA. And that one talks about no making of an appropriation to pay from any public fund to aid any religious sect, church, creed, or sectarian purpose. That may also, you may also want to do that one. I am frankly not familiar with Section 6.
You know what, it was an annotated note inside related to it, but Section 5 is just as fine if that's.
Or both.
Or both is
I
fine.
can look up 6
Yeah,
now and
that's fine.
and we'll see if they're.
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine. Yeah. That was it.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, and I think that we do have that language in our policy already.
No,
Maybe not the codes. and
Not
all
the
that.
codes. No. This was something. Sorry, I'm going to explain
Yeah,
why.
yeah. What's-
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
What's the difference? What's in there?
I'll explain.
What you just-
I'll explain. It's because oftentimes we receive requests from citizens related to flags, which are spurned on from other requests. Why can't I fly this flag? Why can't I fly this flag?
Right.
And the basis reason that we have generically is we can't fly it because it's religious. We can't fly it because it's a nation, without understanding citation, because we point to the flag policy, we send it out to individuals, but it just says we can't. It says why we can't. It doesn't explain why we can't. I just want to amplify the reasons why we can't. That's all.
Oh, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
Are you saying you want the citations in the
Yes.
policy?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I didn't understand.
Yeah, I want the citations in the policy beyond just why we can't fly it. I want people to know why we can't fly it.
I understand.
Yeah.
Are you asking to have all that language written, or just the specifying California Article 16 section? Sounds like 5 might be worthy as well, Section 5 and 6, just that? Robert?
I'm asking for that language to be put in.
Okay.
Mhm.
Like specifying which code.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we can certainly check the citations, and with council direction, we could correct them if necessary.
Yeah, that's fine.
And one other item of clarification, do you want them in as footnotes in the body, parenthetical? What do you?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let's say the manager, I forgot to mention in the beginning, when in the first page of the flagpole policy, we have what the flag cities can fly, and we can't fly religious flags, but as a footnote annotation.
Just to make it
One,
easier to
two.
read.
Yeah,
instead of
no,
spelling out
absolutely.
the whole thing. Okay.
I don't want this to be like a biblical verse. I want this to read like
Citation.
citations. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Other comments? Thank you.
Yep. Okay. First of all, thanks Policy Committee for working on this and bringing this to council table. So just to make sure I understand, Policy Committee recommends to fly the flag other than whatever the listed, right?
Well, specifically, the policy committee commented on the policy, not one specific flag.
Not
So
one
this was-
specific flag, but but we can fly the flag, like
We didn't talk about the flag. We didn't talk about any flag. We just
not
talked about
any
the policy.
flag, but is that commemorative flagpole can be used to fly the flag? Is clear from the policy committee?
What we discussed was that the commemorative flagpole will fly commemorative flags that are national and state, but I am going to propose a minor edit because I have to explain something later about what's happening with federal and state government right now, with the current federal administration basically trying to wipe out all acknowledgement of people of any of these initiatives. So I'll have to explain some of that when I speak, but specifically, we just talked about revising and updating the current flag policy, not any specific flag.
Okay, sounds good. Because I don't want to go back and tell why we should fly the flag. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Right, correct.
So I just want to walk through each of those. That's part of the discussion, right? So I see the option 1, approved commemorative flags, remain approved until a council member requests a review. Now, option 1 and option 2, I'm looking at them. Definitely, from our experience, looks like this is getting every time when we do with the current policy, there is political awkwardness is coming up, and it is also becoming a burden for council members to every time either add a flag or remove flag. That's going to be a problem for us if we continue to use the same policy. And the second thing is provide long-term consistency, avoids repeating annual. But then again, I'll come to that point. But then on the option 2, all commemorative flags reviewed and approved each January. So I think that's a better option from my perspective. The reason is we will approve all the flags start of the January so that we have a clarity on which one we are flying. And also the second point, council reviews all proposed flags for upcoming year. That's good that we can add that one. But then if anything that comes up which in compliance with the policy, we should add that as part of our ad hoc part. Like
I believe that's in there. That's in the policy.
That's in the policy already. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
so we wouldn't say, just to be very clear, option 2 does not mean flags approved in January is the end all be all for the year. We're not accepting any other. So at any point during the year, any individual council member can propose another flag to be flown if space is available.
Awesome. Now, yeah, the option 2 definitely that will provide a good oversight and also updates to the council. See, perpetuity is good and bad because at certain point, if it goes, some of the flags, if they become obsolete, then if council is not reviewing it every year, they can be continuously, we keep flying it, right? So that we don't want that to happen. So I think option 2 sounds really good. But few things I want to definitely add is on who is a requester, they are supposed to provide the flag.
The way the policy is written is the city provides the flag. The city purchases and gets the flag for the commemorative flagpole.
So I would say that better they provide the flag or.
Well, actually, that's part of government speech.
Yes.
We have to own the flag. So even if somebody were to say, hey, use this flag, we have to cut them a check. And we also want to make sure that we're standard with our sizes. I believe it's 3 by 5 or
I believe so.
somewhere around in there. So we have to purchase the flag. And that would be another advantage of option 2. We could purchase them all at the beginning of the year and not do a mad scramble. If it's that's why we have that 2-week clause in there. We would like it 2 weeks before flying so we can scramble to get it. But if it's a very specific flag, then it might take a little bit longer.
Okay, so that's if that's what we have to go through the like if we need to follow that process, then that's okay. And then I like the 2 flags that we can fly. Only thing is we need to sort out which flag is going to be on top, which flag is going to be on the bottom, or as Council Member Joyner suggested, can we do it 2 weeks once and 2 weeks? But one thing I like Councilmember Rubio, sorry, Vice Mayor Rubio mentioned about whichever the flag first time got adopted, that can fly on the top, and the following flags, whichever getting adopted, that can fly at the bottom. So that way we can have a consistency. So I think that's my feedback. That's it. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, I don't know if I guess we can vote for one or the other and then work these things out later, right? I mean, as far as, because the city manager mentioned wanting to know what the flags are going to be flown at the beginning of the year. But then you also said we could, we could change, if a council member gets a request by a resident that they want to fly a certain flag, then we can take it up anytime, right?
Yes.
And right now, it's not complicated because we don't really have that many flags to deal with, but it's possible at a later date, we might have more flags, and then we have to really figure out when we're going to fly each flag. But do we just need to, we don't need to work all those details out right tonight, do we?
That's what we're requesting, is to update the
Specific-
policy and.
Yeah, we want to.
We're not figuring out which flag.
Policy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a policy.
I mean, as far as one or two, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, well, yes and no, yes. Basically, we're only going over the policy, not
Mhm.
necessarily which flags. I mean, because that's
Yeah.
going to be discussed. It's basically like, right now, we only have 2 flags that we have approved.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to approve it later on, like, say somebody wants another flag in 3 months from now, before the new year, they can still follow the process, the city council member bringing it before as under matters initiated, and then it's brought before as a business item for
Mhm.
consideration by the whole council. So that can still happen. It's an evolving thing.
Yeah.
But the once a year approval is sort of our ability to go back and look at the whole list one time and just say, hey, is this still what
Mhm.
we like or
Mhm.
not? Is there something else we maybe failed to add and we want to
Yeah.
add, those kind of things. So,
I
yeah.
understand.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, and you wanted to provide some information
Yeah,
on
yeah.
state or federal?
Yeah, so as it turns out, I do want to clarify if the comments that were made, I believe are valid. I mean, we've already approved the pride flag, the disability pride flag as well. I don't see why we wouldn't include that in there as part of the examples. I also think that given that this administration has removed all forms of recognition of diversity, equity, and inclusion, we can't strictly rely on state and national commemorative flags right now as we speak. So what I would propose, yes, we can keep that as an example of including, but I think we should add language that also states, as well as historically and commonly celebrated commemorative flags at various government buildings and municipalities. That way, it's clear that the state and national right now is not reflecting the historical practices, nor likely the future practices of what we would normally acknowledge. So we're under unique circumstances. And I think given that, we have to sort of stipulate that language.
So you
Does
want that added in addition to the nationally and state designated awareness?
So after the sentence where you finish giving all the examples, I would like to add the Pride and Disability Pride Month
Mhm.
flags, because we have them already.
Mhm.
And I want people to rest assured that, we might as well acknowledge them there. And then after Heritage Month, at the very end, we could
Mhm.
just do a comma, as well as historically and commonly celebrated commemorative flags at various government buildings and municipalities. Meaning, we've seen, they're recognized by government entities here, throughout California and other municipalities that we've seen. We have stipulated what is not acceptable through that California code that was just the Article 16, Section 5 and 6. That will provide some clarity on that, what's not included under that. So I don't think we need to worry about people having a misunderstanding. And as far as I would like to add with after that one statement may be displayed at the same time on the commemorative flagpole, just to make it clear because, you know, we may not be around when someone needs clarity later. This way it's clear that we're talking about no more than 2 on the commemorative flagpole. And then as far as which one goes above and below, I just feel, this was just my personal opinion. I did not hear an objection during the meeting, but it was my impression we were in agreement that the first flag requested would go on above and the second below. And the reason I say that is more out of respect for the people who brought the first flag forward. I want to make sure that we respect, people don't feel that they are being sort of shooed to the side. This means a lot to people. This isn't just a flag. This is truly a lived experience. And I think people always underestimate that. They think it's just something like, I don't know, putting on the right clothes for the right day. That is not exactly what it means. A lot more than that. There is a history to that. There are daily struggles behind all of that. And at the same time, celebrating triumphs and the things that we have accomplished together as a society. And I really think we need to understand that. And I'm happy to have a conversation with anyone who would like to have a greater discourse about that. But an alternative option, if just as far as that goes, I stated my preference. But an alternative option can also be that we rotate every year, just rotate them. Because there's 2, you can just rotate them. That's the other option I have. But I do not agree with 15 days for each, because that's actually undermining the whole point of a month. The whole point is that it's a month we're celebrating. We're not celebrating 15 days. So I think that should be out of the question. That's all.
But we have other ways to like the digital board, right? Out in front of the marquee.
I just don't think that's a necessary option.
So how could you put 2 flags up on one pole?
You can.
It looks ridiculous.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
That's an opinion.
That is an opinion. Yours is an opinion too.
Saying
Okay.
it is an opinion.
All right.
All right, I have an opinion also, and I go back to what our public comment was about the 2 flags that will pay the price for that. You can't make somebody's not going to feel that they're the winner. Somebody's going to feel like they're the loser, their flag, that they're not appropriately represented, because the higher position typically in flag policy and flag etiquette designates a position that's higher and more important. And I don't care how you sell it as first come, first served, or however you want to say it. It creates confusion, and it creates somebody will not be happy with that. And so I'm for just 1 flag at a time on the commemorative flagpole. I'd be okay with 2 on the marquee, but just 1 flag on the commemorative flagpole. And probably if we're going to go with a January decision point, or if that's the route we go to review this each year or an annual thing, then we determine, that month, what is it going to be? And maybe it is every other year. If there's 2 to be flown, we can decide how we do that. But I just see more problems than benefit if we try to fly 2 flags. And that'll be an emotional discussion for somebody, I can tell right now.
I forgot to mention one thing. I'm so sorry. It has nothing to do with what you just said, by the way. It's just something I forgot to mention as it pertains to option 1 and 2. And I wanted to make sure to state that so that we have each other's feedback on that, if that's okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So for option 1, that was an option that I mentioned during the policy committee meeting, because it's something that I actually had learned the city of Martinez does, both the city council and the unified school district, where they approve it one time in perpetuity unless someone feels the need, hey, we need to change this. pull it and change it. Now, if the next agenda item is going to be about efficiencies, that may be something to consider, but it's up to, I'm just explaining sort of the rationale behind that. Now, the second option, I am fine personally with either option. I mean, I think it's both work they both have advantages. But I just wanted to give historical context about where option one came from and why. That was it.
Okay. All right. Well, any other, let's address these kind of one at a time. So we were talking two flags on a pole at one time. Any other thoughts on that? And then we'll.
Yeah, so
Staff's going to need some direction here.
yeah, I understand your concern, like someone will feel bad that their flag is below the other flag, but then it is same when we are going to fly 15 days, someone flag, and then whose first flag is flying first 15 days, whose flag is flying second 15 days. That is also going to hurt their emotions, right?
And I did.
So yeah, so that will be also a problem. But in this case, as Vice Mayor Rubio mentioned, that we are celebrating the whole month. And when we put that in the policy, we are very clear about that, right? So if someone is requesting us to fly the flag, hey, this is the policy that we are following. And according to this policy, this flag will be on the top and this flag will be at the bottom. So it's part of the policy. It's nothing that we are picking and choosing each individual flag at that moment. That way, we are very clear on that one. So that way, even as city, we will be protected through the policy. So that's one reason that I would like to go with the option of flying two flags, whichever first comes on the top, whichever second comes next to it.
So, but I guess my question is, when we have a workshop in January, which flag is first and which flag is second? Because we're going to approve it at the same time.
Yeah. So let's say, for example, if we are approving, that's a really good question, right? So let's say if we are already flying pride flag, okay, and then someone comes that within that month, hey, in the same month, I want to fly this specific flag, then the first option will goes to the one which we are already flying, which is, let's say, LGBTQ plus pride flag will be flying at the top. And if we approve the other flag, then that will go below that. So the ones which are already approved, they'll get the top precedence. And in case, if we get to a point where we say that, hey, this is a new request came up and this month we got these two new flags. In that case, council will decide which will go up and which will go down. That should be part of the policy. It's up to council discretion.
I just think that's setting ourselves up for some problems. That's just my opinion. I have seen this kind of thing before, and when you have it clear like that, when you start talking flag etiquette, there is no first come, first serve if we're doing it at one time.
You can also rotate it, which was the other option I gave.
Yeah.
Right. And then everybody has equal chance. There's no competition. Because if you're rotating it, then one year one flag's on top and the next year the other one is, and it's equitable.
Well, each year you're going to be, considering, flags. It's, it's kind of fresh slate every year when we get there.
I have a suggestion. I have a suggestion. What if, with what the mayor was saying, fly one flag, but, as we talked about in the council, the policy committee meeting, recognizing nationally recognized flags that are typically flown each month of every year. And then for flags that come ad hoc, that I'm sure somebody's going to come up with some new holiday or some new something, whatever. We could fly that we could put that on the digital marquee during that month versus flying another flagpole. But like the ones that are state recognized, nationally recognized flags, what about flying just those recognizing those in January and flying them on their respective month?
Thank you for your suggestion, by the way, Councilmember Joanna. even as it stands, the number of flags that are available to consider, it is not going to be every month or nearly every month where we're going to have 2 flags. I mean, we're talking about maybe 3 months out of the year where that may happen. So the reality is, I don't think we're going to have this problem as much as we're talking about it. I think that, and also, again, we just mentioned that this is an expression of the council's, it's a council, the city's voice, and the council is expressing the city's voice, the residents' voice. And if, God forbid, something happened in 10 years from now, which I hope they update their flag policy in 10 years. But the reality is something happens in 10 years and it's the zeitgeist calls for something that at that moment where we have to step up and do the right thing, then we'll think about that. But I think that in my humble opinion, I don't share the fears that have been conveyed at all. I just don't see that it's actually, it's not going to happen. It's not even feasible, even if we wanted to come up with every possible thing under the stipulations we've issued.
Well, I hear you. I just think our policy should be very clear and, not left to interpretation or kind of big debate and discussion. It's when we get to a point where we're considering which flags to fly on which month, then it's just we can debate it at that time and make a decision and move on. But if we did ever have a situation where there's 2 flags at one time, there's not going to be a winning solution for everybody.
So how about this? Instead of rotating every year, how about 15 days we rotate? I know it adds additional work per staff. Why don't we just rotate in 15 days? One will go top, one will go bottom, then in 15 days just rotate it.
It's just rotation.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that, and that actually eliminates altogether, everybody has a period to be on top and the bottom. I really disagree with the 15 days for one flag and 15 days for the other, because that's just undermining the whole purpose of, we're celebrating a month out of the whole year for something that means profoundly something to people. It really means something. It's the struggle, the triumphs of people. And I know some people just want to dismiss that as something like, oh, it's just fabric. It's not fabric. And I think when we start to even consider that, it's a little insulting, in my humble opinion, just as somebody who identifies with both flags that we've talked about so far, I find it insulting. And I speak as a person in group of that.
So when I chaired the policy in 2021, when we got this policy, at that time, I thought we covered all the bases, but then now we are here, right? So I'm sure we will learn new things, and we can always, as a council, we can come back and we can see something. If we learn, we can fix it. It's not like it's a done deal, right? So
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't hear you say flag 2 weeks for one and 2 weeks for the other. You were talking about flipping them.
Yeah.
2 flags and flipping them at 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's a different option.
Mm-hmm. That's a third option
That's
on
a
how to
third.
handle that.
Okay,
So-
all right. Well, did you have a comment?
I just think we should, with the pride flag, it's been going on quite a while, and there's a tradition of June. And I think we should look at the tradition that's been established over time. And that, because of that, would get preference, I think, for the month of June. So I think if there are certain times of the year that we traditionally do it, I think we make a stronger argument if there is a history of what's been done in flying particular flags, and that should be part of our policy.
Yeah, that's up
I
to our
stipulate
discretion, right? So that is the council discretion. That's what it is already there, right? So we can
Yeah.
say that, hey, June we'll fly only one
that's
this
what we
flag.
look
That's
at.
up to us, yeah.
So I have a question, just and I want a
Mhm.
sincere answer to this question.
Go ahead.
What about the folks who genuinely just want 3 flags, no other flag, because it feels like you're picking a side? What about those people?
If we have a policy that we can only have up to 2 flags at a time, that is the policy at the time.
That's a policy.
That's not.
That's
you
what
didn't
we
answer
are
my question.
agreeing.
You gave an answer to your question.
No,
that
no,
you
no,
wanted to
that's
bring
what
up.
I understood your question.
No,
to
my
be, but
question
please
was if
clarify.
somebody wanted, what my question was, if somebody doesn't want any other flag to fly, but the city, the state, and the country flag.
Oh,
Because the
okay.
concern is that we're either leaving out people here or, we're being, we're offending people here, et cetera. What about the people that don't want to see other flags? Because there are those too.
Yeah, well,
I thought we are already moved forward on that conversation. So we want to again going back and having that conversation again?
No. I don't want to avoid it. We can't, you just skirted it right under the carpet.
The policy committee, you guys, that's the first question I asked, right? Okay, with that, I want to actually move the motion.
Please.
Well, I'm not done with.
We're
my
not done.
comment.
You can't.
You guys are going back again.
We're not going, I asked
You're
the
saying that,
question.
well,
He can call.
Sweetheart, I didn't make
I cannot
a
take another-
motion. I didn't
I
make.
cannot use my 30 minutes again.
To order,
Could call.
call to
You
order.
could call for a motion if you want, but we're still gonna have discussion.
I'll call to the order. Sorry, call to the motion, but.
And if
please
I can make a request, there's been a lot said tonight. And in order to clarify the direction of council, I would request that we do either a straw poll or get council confirmation on each item that was mentioned in order to have clarity. Because I'm not particularly clear if you were to make a motion to approve the policy with changes and everything added tonight. I'm not sure we have clarity on what those items are. So I would suggest, Mayor, that we call for just a summary of each item. So we are clear as staff with a vote, a straw poll on each one. We don't have to do the polling on the computer, but we could do either a show of hands or, Mayor, if you want to do a call for each vote, that I would appreciate, just so we're very clear as to what the changes are. Because right now I'm not exactly 100% clear on.
Well, I'm not either, but I still want to get my comments out. I mean, because I wanted to make a comment on this idea of listing specific months in the policy. I don't think that's a good idea either. I think you should just leave it. Commemorative flagpole may be used to recognize nationally and state designated awareness and heritage months. When you start saying including but not limited to, as we heard tonight, somebody's going to feel left out. And then you're going to start listing, having a whole laundry list if you want to include everybody. And I would just say, it's pretty clear when it says nationally and state designated awareness and heritage months. And then it's up to us to figure out. which
We
ones
have
we
to
wanna
add
fly.
the, Mayor, just so we don't forget, we have to add that as well as historically and commonly celebrated commemorative flags at various government buildings and municipalities, because this federal administration has felt that somehow any talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion is a threat to them somehow. So we have to expand that right now, because we cannot rely on the definition defined by this current federal administration.
But I don't understand why you say it's
His-
got to be at facilities.
Because it makes it
we're talking
clear.
About the commemorative flag paragraph,
Right.
not other facilities, just the flag.
It's just making clear what kind of flags we're talking about. That's all. So by saying historically and commonly, it's making it clear what we're referring to. And it's even clearer when we talk about the articles, if we include the Article 16, Section 5 and 6, it further refines that so people are clear about what's included and not included. That's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, not hard over on that language, although I think adding other facilities might make it sound like it's going to be okay on the flagpoles in front of City Hall where that's not being done.
No, not City Hall. It would be the commemorative. And I made sure to say government buildings and municipalities, which are cities. And you know,
is that clarified in the state of California or nationally?
I would say probably we can say government buildings in the state of California. If we want to make sure, you know, we're consistent and staying in the spirit of California, leading.
If I could just interject on that point, it is a bit vague historically and commonly displayed at various California government buildings. At that point, then the council would be asked to either interpret it on an ad hoc basis as to whether or not it falls into that category, or the council can tonight decide to define that with a little more precision.
Well, historically, we obviously have, we now have 2 flags that have been historically approved, right? We also know that historically in the state of California, there are common flags that we can refer to within the state of California. Did you want a particular website or the state government, the California state government website?
It's not what I want. It's whether the council wants to make this decision on an ad hoc basis or whether you want to lend a little bit more guidance in the policy itself.
To me, it is making it clear that we are referring to flags that we have historically and commonly seen in, and it's intentionally broad because we also have the exclusion factor. So it's intentionally broad so that people are able to, we are able to, but specifying that this is only in front of government, we're talking about government buildings in other cities, right? So the thing is that in California, so it's just making sure that we are not accidentally saying, say something that's flown at a park, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about structural buildings that are government supported. These are flags that we see at organizations that are government entities. So, as well as other cities. So, for example, the disability flag is not uncommon. There's other cities in Long Beach and as well as I know Clayton has another one in April for autism awareness. So, there's different things that different cities do, but we will decide every year which one we're comfortable with.
Okay, so it's the former choice and not the latter.
What do you mean? Can you repeat that, Martin? Can you specify?
First choice being deciding on an ad hoc basis, as opposed to lending more precision at this point.
Yeah, I'd almost rather decide on an ad hoc basis. If there was some flag that we wanted to fly that maybe wasn't nationally or state approved, but was historically done, I'd say, okay, we got a policy. We can, on an ad hoc basis, consider an exception to that policy, and council member forwards it, rather than having that vague language in there that.
I honestly don't know how it's vague because I specified specifically historically and commonly in a flag, commemorative flags that have been displayed in front of California government buildings and other municipalities. How much more specific can I do?
Is that going back 100 years? Is it going back 50 years? Is it the last 10 years? Like for staff, we would need to understand what historically means. And so that's where the overbroad term.
Contemporarily historical.
Or if we want to be so specific, how about historically last 2 years? Is that
or historically in the
or last 10 years? Let's say.
Years.
Well, this is my point in whether you want to do it on an ad hoc basis or whether you want to lend specificity. You don't have to make that decision at this point in time. You can leave the language as is, and then future councils will just decide what exactly that means as they make determinations on specific flags.
I do think it actually does need to be stated, Martin, because of the limitations, the current administration that we have in our federal government. That page, I looked it up, and right now, it says that this current administration removes the Pride and Black Lives Matter flags from the US government buildings. So yes, we do need to specify that. I don't think there's an exception to it. I think under the current circumstances, we have to protect the most vulnerable people's right now rights. And we as a council are right now being asked to show the courage and the will to speak up for those people. And so I think it's necessary.
I just think we're talking about mainly the difference between the three flags in front and then that commemorative pole, right? I mean, that's really the big difference here. We're really not talking about flying pride flag or any other flag in any place other than the commemorative. So I think we're kind of complicating things a little bit, aren't we? Because we have the three flagpoles, and those are the state and city and federal. And we're really just talking about putting other flags in the on the commemorative pole. So I don't think we really need to get any more complicated than that, do we?
No, it's just that we're living in atypical times,
Well,
and that
if
language.
things change and
Right,
we
then
have some
then
government
we can
policy that.
update the flag policy and remove it later.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
know?
really
Does that
that
make
concerned about.
Well,
Um,
how about this? Just so that we can move on. So how about this? Like we can, if the situation comes like that, then always council can make a decision on that, right? So in the end, it is all council's discretion. So I think whatever the current language that we have, we can move forward. And it's clearly says it's council discretion. So we can always come back if the things are coming to such an extent where it is putting that
Okay.
control, then yeah, we can come back and do it. So,
But the only
yeah.
thing that I do worry is, I mean, maybe the state might save us.
No, that's fine. So if,
State
yeah.
designated, because that might help us, but the reality is that right now, the national, at the national level, they are not, there's some really concerning things happening, you know?
Yeah, in that, when we really get into that kind of situation, we should be able to, the council should be able to fix it, yeah.
So can we just finish the point I was trying to make about, I think we can not list out specific months who we're going to recognize, because again, we're being exclusive in our ability to say, including but not limited to. We already heard it once that somebody felt that they were left out. And so I would just say, stop the sentence right there where it says commemorative flagpole may be used to recognize nationally and state designated awareness and heritage months.
Yeah.
Period.
That's
And then we deal with it on an ad hoc basis. If it's, if there's a conflict, we as a council can make an exception to the policy.
I agree with that. That's a good.
Or you could just say something as simple, including but not limited to those that have already been approved.
No, once again, we are doing every year, right? So January. So
Yeah,
once we do it,
review it
then,
again.
yeah. So
Well,
that's,
if that's what we do, yes.
yeah, so we don't need to mention that. So the commemorative flag may be used to recognize national, as Mayor said, we can stop there and remove that.
Mayor, could we get the suggestions read into the record that are being voted on line by line, and then take the straw poll, just to make sure that we address whatever particular issue, then move on to the next one and have clarity of council support? I'm not comfortable with nodding heads at this point.
Okay, right.
I'd rather have either a show of hands or some kind of roll call vote.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot of different points.
Well, do you want to address the one that you're currently on? I did hear a suggestion about the commemorative flagpole line.
Yeah, can we get a consensus, yes or no, on just truncating the sentence as I indicated?
Yes.
Yes.
Richard
Richard.
and
Truncating the sentence.
Clarify that one more time.
The commemorative flagpole, the line that says commemorative flagpole may be used to recognize nationally and state designated awareness and heritage months, period.
Okay.
it's a page 4
Are
of
you
4.
okay with that?
Okay.
Okay,
So that's first item.
first item.
First item, I
Okay.
heard at least 3 yeses.
That's fine.
Okay.
All yes.
Okay, and then the next item, let's talk about whether we want to do an annual review at some point, let's say it's January, but do an annual review to determine for the year with the opportunity to do council member nominated ad hoc throughout, in the middle of the year if something comes up.
Mayor, I don't know if you want to do that one first, or do you want to talk about the up higher above is the flags shall be displayed at the same time on the commemorative flagpole. There was that clarity that I had to ask, because the reason being is because we have to clarify that in order to better assess how whether option 1 or 2 would work better. Does that make sense?
Just say that again, which item you wanted
It
clarity?
was the part right here where,
To flag, two flags?
yes, and it says 2 commemorative flags shall be displayed at the same time on the commemorative, no more, right? That whole sentence, on the commemorative flagpole. It was adding those last 4 words to clarify that we're talking about the same pole. Because otherwise it could be, somebody could interpret it as we're talking about 1 at the commemorative flagpole and 1 in front, that goes under the state, national or commemorative flags or city commemorative flags.
Okay.
And so, yeah,
So
we have to clarify
state,
that.
how would you'd like it clarified then? What language?
So no more, so the sentence reads, no more than 2 commemorative flags may be displayed at the same time on the commemorative flagpole. That's it, just those 4 words.
I'm good with that.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm good with that.
Add in the,
Yep.
on the commemorative flagpole.
Okay.
All right. Then back to how we want to do it. Do we want to do it one and done in perpetuity? Or do we want to have the ability to review on an annual basis and give the opportunity for the public to comment on an annual basis? Back to your point, Councilmember Schweinert, when does somebody get to say what they want to say about it? And that would be an opportunity, just for example.
Yeah. That's why I like option 2.
Same.
For those reasons.
I would prefer option 2.
Okay.
I also prefer option 2. That way it will be transparent. It will be, and also the good thing is in January, if the new council member comes, they'll get a chance to look at this policy. They'll have a option to speak out, they'll voice out their viewpoint. So I like option 2 of all commemorative flags reviewed and approved each January.
I agree.
Okay.
So we're good on that.
All right. What other points would you like clarity on?
Okay.
The ad hoc thing.
Well, it's a speak now or forever, or at least
I
until the next
think-
time you review this, hold your peace. So I
I
would
think,
ask to go through each one of the additions that council members have thrown out tonight, because we've heard a lot.
I think the other thing was talking about, Mayor, just to help out. It was, if there are 2 flags, which one goes on top, which one doesn't? Are we talking about, the first come, first serve stays on top and the second one at the bottom, or rotating every other year, or as Councilmember Veros mentioned, rotating after 15 days so that each one has time at the top of the pole, what have you.
Yeah,
Those
no,
were the 3 options.
that's good. Let's close this one out too. So I don't see that there's a first come, first serve if we're doing it annually. We're doing it all at one time.
Okay.
And it doesn't sound like there's any appetite for doing just 2 weeks of one and just 2 weeks of the other. Perhaps what Councilmember Rose said of, okay, if we happen to have 2 for the same month, maybe we do 2 weeks with one on top and flip them at a 2-week interval.
And also the sequence will be at the discretion of the council.
At the beginning of the year when we have the
Yeah.
meeting.
When we have the initial meeting.
Okay, I don't want to pick nits here, but The overlap isn't necessarily going to be for the entire 30 days. So you might have one starting on August 15th to September 15th, and the other one being for the entire month of September, in which case you'd have an overlap of 15 days. Let's just say we rotate at the halfway point of the overlap.
What, I mean, are you opposed, anybody opposed if we just did every other year, just rotate it?
No. The thing
I
is,
think what
we
Mayor
are,
is saying
no,
is-
the first point in the policy is that we are reviewing every year is going to be a fresh slate.
Yeah.
So you cannot bring your previous years into the review. So that means the memory is gone.
I think what the mayor, I mean, I'm sorry, what the attorney was saying is that what if for some reason the commemorative flag isn't a 30-day flag? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, if the overlap isn't 30 days, the overlap might be less than 30 days. So we would just have it on top. We would just rotate at the halfway point of the overlapping time period.
Yeah, that's.
Is that fine?
That's good.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I think as we do this, we'll get feedback and we can decide maybe what is the best policy. We might modify it over time, but I mean, if you do it, then you find out how it works, right?
Yeah. As I said, like
Change it the next year if you need.
2021, I thought that was the best policy we written, right? Done, but then we are here, right? So.
So what we can do is staff can take that direction and we can come up with language for the rotation. This policy will come back on consent once we make all the changes for council to make sure that everything is to your expectations. So we'll bring it back for final approval on consent because there are a lot of changes, and right now I don't want to publish something without the council giving a final blessing on it. So I would say for this one, number 4. Staff will come up with the language for rotational if there are 2 at the same time, and then council can approve that language when we bring it back on consent.
All right.
Does that sound?
Sounds
okay?
good.
Do we have?
Yeah. Do you have what you need now?
I already got the head nod from Christina.
And
It wouldn't be
you go-
suggesting that if I got the glare, then I wouldn't be suggesting this, but is that, do we have 3 or more council members saying okay with the rotational?
That works.
Okay.
Good.
I'm seeing 4. So.
Right,
okay.
the rotational that we just stipulated, meaning
We'll bring
at
it
the
back.
50% point of time.
Well, I don't, yeah, and also we can do that. I'm also trying to keep this clearer because now we're having staff go out there and rotate flags and there's, we'll write something, but also we're trying to minimize the chances for either error or staffing issues.
Or weekend rotation.
And I
weekend rotation.
anticipate with the annual review, we'll have the flags, the date, the duration, so date
Correct.
to from top, bottom,
Right.
all the variations. So that way council signs off on it and then we can provide it to our public works staff who will be the ones raising and lowering the flags.
Exactly.
So yeah, we'll try
Thank
to be
you.
as clear as possible.
All right. Have we beat this horse dead enough?
I just want to add, if there was anything else, were there any other suggestions, Councilmember Joyner? You had the footnotes and the citations. Do you still want that in there?
Yeah, please. If we can.
Because again, everything that we discussed up to right now, I have 3 yeses on the commemorative flagpole line truncation, 5 on the community, adding the language on the community flagpole to that line. I had 5 nodding heads on option number 2. I saw 4 nodding heads on the rotational language for the flags. So for, if we could address, Councilmember Joyner, your previous suggestions about the footnotes. Do we have consensus on that? Just to make sure that
Yes,
we're clear.
but I-
Footnote.
And
But-
I'd like to make clear on that we're talking about the entire preamble, not just the footnote, not just adding the
Right.
footnotes.
Right.
I believe, city manager, I believe we actually had consensus on the first item you mentioned, the truncation.
Yes, I did say that there was, I heard at least 3 yeses on the truncation.
I think we actually
All
all
5.
said yes.
All 5
Yeah.
on truncating that,
You were in
the
agreement.
community
Yeah,
flagpole
everybody said yes.
may be used to recognize nationally and state designated awareness heritage months, period.
Right.
Okay.
There was 5. From
right,
my
I just-
understanding, we were at 5 on everything that we discussed right
Well,
now.
and then if it is important, that's just my summary. I saw at least a majority, but if you do want to go up and down the dais and do a roll call for clarity, but that's just my quick summary.
I just want to make sure that, to my understanding, I think we voted unanimously on the items that you
If that's the
listed.
council's
Yes.
understanding, I don't.
If it's the majority, why is it
Yes,
important?
from
I'm
my
just-
side, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. I didn't get my first answer question. That's okay. And I was just disrespected by Councilmember Rose. You like, again, shut me up, but that's okay. But I want to understand, like, from your perspective, why does it matter who voted if it passed, if it's a majority? I'm just curious.
It
Why do you
goes
wanna
on the
roll call?
record, so we want to make sure the record's accurate.
Okay, but he collected the votes, but you're answering for everybody. And
Oh,
he
no, no, no.
collected the votes,
I'm letting him lead, but I'm also making sure that's clear.
but you just told him that everybody voted unanimously when that's not true.
Okay, then you can stipulate what you did not vote on if there's something you.
I don't
didn't
have to
vote.
restipulate. I already voted.
Maybe let's just do a vote,
From here on out, can I suggest that we just go up and down
a
the
roll call, please?
the
Yes.
dais, Mayor, or however you would like to lead it, Mayor, since
Let's just do
I
a roll.
thought the majority was sufficient, but majority is sufficient. If anyone wants, for the record, we'll go down each item and raise a hand.
Just say yes or no. That's.
okay, do we want to do that for future items, or do you want me to go back and call the question for each?
I know I voted yes to everything, and if you want, we could just make your life easier that way.
I think anyway, the majority is
Yeah.
voted, so it will come in
Yeah.
consent
Yeah.
calendar. So let's move forward.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if you're okay, we'll just.
So
move
the information that Councilmember Joanot suggested, do we have a vote on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm hearing a majority on that.
Yes.
So I will, okay. All right, and is there anything else to be added?
I
Tho-
think we covered everything.
Those are the 5 things.
I would only say, Councilmember Duena, if there's something you feel you wasn't adequately covered or you were, didn't have a.
No, I just didn't get an answer to a very sincere, simple question. What about the people like this gentleman over here that raised the question? What if some people just don't want anything up there? That's a very simple question, but it's okay if nobody wants to answer it.
Well,
That's
that-
fine.
I did try to address that by saying when we have a workshop in January, they have the opportunity to weigh in and speak on the issue. That's the only way I can address that. All right. We ready to move on?
Yes, I believe we have, again, the 5 items, just to be clear. The commemorative flagpole line truncation, the adding the sentence of on the community flagpole,
Commemorative flagpole.
on the commemorative, sorry, I can't read my own writing here. Option number 2, we will come up with a rotational flag policy and the language that Councilmember Joanot stated. Nothing
No,
else.
Councilmember Veros stated.
I'm sorry, it's the language that Councilmember Joanot stated at the beginning with the clarification of the sections for each of the flags for state, or I mean, sorry, the state sections that he cited.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry.
And that's it. Those are the 5. that will
And
change.
then the rotation, because you mentioned, I was talking about the rotation, that was Councilmember, the suggestion that rotating midway for in the month, that was a suggestion by Councilmember Veros.
I'm hearing rotation on the actual poll if
Yes.
there are 2 flags.
Correct.
I'm not hearing another rotational vote.
No, we voted was, say, if they're both 1 month long, at the midway point, we rotate them so that one is on top and then the other one's on the bottom. And then if for some reason there's a flag that's say only 2 weeks long, then we would switch it midway of the 2 weeks because
We'll come up with some suggested language.
that was the suggestion is what I'm saying. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Okay.
Is that what you meant, Councilmember Veros?
Yeah, I think Martin already clarified that.
Right.
He already suggested also, right? So.
And I
we
believe
can-
that's what we voted on.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
All right, we are going to move on now. We're going to move on to item 9.3, This is a very appropriate one here. Consideration of amendments to city council meeting rules, meeting end time and closed session timing. I'm sorry?
Nothing there. Go ahead.
Does anyone need to take a break before we discuss our meeting times? Okay. Okay.
That's okay.
All right, take a 5-minute break, reconvene at 9:30.
Circulation and the like.
We're ready.
On to item 9.3, which is consideration of amendments to city council meeting rules, meeting end time and closed session timing. And our deputy city manager, Christina Franco, is up again, and we are to provide direction to you.
Thank you.
Staff report, please.
Thank you. So the item before you tonight is the consideration of amendments to the city council meeting rules. Our current meeting procedures are set forth in resolution 2019-097. And right now the city council is to adjourn at 11 p.m. However, the council may extend that in 30-minute increments by majority vote. At the February 10th, 2026 council meeting under matters initiated, Councilmember Joanna brought a request to discuss moving the adjournment time to 10 p.m. with consensus from the city council. So the option tonight, there's two different options. There's the 10 p.m. meeting end time. That would require us to amend the rules of conduct to adjust the 10 p.m. time with the same extensions of 30 minutes with the majority vote. The city attorney or city clerk would be monitoring the time and then let the mayor know as the cutoff approaches. Items not reached by 10 p.m. would move to a follow-up process, which I'll go over later in the presentation. Some pros and cons I listed out in the staff report, and I listed them here in the presentation of just a predictable end time, improved transparency, reduced staff fatigue, and more focused discussion if it's limited to knowing it's going to be over at 10 p.m. Some cons would be more frequent continuations, pushing agenda items to a future agenda and kind of creating a congestion amongst items. Some of the unfinished business options. So if it was at 10 p.m. and there were items that had not been heard, these are just some options to, solicit discussion amongst the city council. Option A, automatically continue items. So the items that were not heard would get deferred to the next meeting and would be heard at the top of the agenda. If it is a time-sensitive item, it could call for a special meeting, and those are 24-hour notices, so we could have that within the next, week to 10 days, and it wouldn't have to be the next council meeting. Option C would be prioritize or time box items, so that essentially would be saying for item 8.1, we're spending 15 minutes, and that 15 minutes, if it hasn't been completed, it would get continued on to another meeting, or you're trying to keep your discussion as concise as possible to reach the time limit that was set by the council. Item D is the mayor adjusts the order of business. So depending on, the different items, making new business to be a 9.4 to be a 9.1, or the mayor would have the flexibility to renumber the agenda at the meeting if, a certain item wants to be heard first and not at the 10 p.m., the late part of the meeting. And again, these are just options to solicit discussion amongst the city council. So option 2 is keep the current 11 p.m. end time, so no changes. The pros is just flexible, no procedural changes. And then the con would be it doesn't address the issues about the late night meetings that was brought forward by the council. With that, in our staff report, I also included some time-saving measures for the council to consider, such as limiting presentations and proclamations per meeting. So essentially, it would be 1 or 2 presentations or proclamations per meeting. And so every other would be deferred. That could cause some congestion, or those months that we have 4 to 6 proclamations, some may have to get deferred to a different month, or it could be on a quarterly basis. There could be just some creativity of how proclamations are recognized. The adjust the mayor and council member updates. So at the end of the meeting where the mayor and council member give updates, it could be limited to verbal. So verbal for the report out on which you only receive stipends for. So all of the liaison meetings that the council attends, the verbal report out would only be for those meetings that you receive stipends. Another option would be to provide a written update of your activities from the last meeting, and those could be included in the agenda packet. Standardized staff presentation. So that would limit any staff presentation to be no more than 15 minutes long. And of course, there's always exceptions with the city manager approving those exceptions depending on what it is. Council debate limits, that would be limiting the council debate to just 3 minutes per council member. Or whatever time frame the council decides, but really limiting to ensure there's concise discussion about the item. Enhancing the consent calendar, so just expanding what items can go to the consent calendar. Encouraging council pre-meeting briefings. So this is the opportunity that council could either do a 2-2-1 or a meeting with staff for Q&A to really answer those questions beforehand, or if council is asking those questions, then staff can come better prepared to answer those questions or put it in a slide or make, more of a statement versus at the meeting, we're having that dialogue back and forth. So there's more clarity to beforehand and preparation. And then last but not least is consider an earlier start time for city council meetings such as 6 p.m. So you could do a 6 p.m., 10 p.m. or 6 p.m. and 11 p.m., but just giving you a little bit more flexibility that you could adjust the start time of a council meeting to earlier. And again, no rank. This is just to solicit feedback or discussion. Another piece that came up during the matters initiated was not only the end time to be 10 p.m., but also considering scheduling closed sessions prior to council meetings. Historically, we tend to schedule them after the fact, and it can even be for a later night. So one of the benefits of scheduling before the meeting would be to allow the public to hear the report out at the meeting. You can always start a city council meeting later, just not sooner. And then if there is a time-sensitive meeting, the closed session, could run up till 7 o'clock, and then it could continue after the council meeting if those are time-sensitive that need to be decided that night. So I know that was a lot of information, but I did put in a few options. Again, this is really just discussion amongst the council, is a pilot program. So you could adopt, the 10 p.m. target time for 3 to 6 months and see how it works out. Option 2 would be keeping kind of status quo the 11 p.m., but giving the mayor more of that time management, reordering, enforcing time limits. Option 3 would be implement some of the time saving measures I went over, either, a few, all, one, really just depending on the pleasure of the council. Or option 4 is to take no action, maintain current rules and visit later if needed. Or option 5, whatever you decide tonight. So questions.
All right, very good. Thank you, Christina. All right, questions for Christina on what's been presented. We're going to have plenty of time for discussion after public comment. So let's keep it to questions for now.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
By any chance, do we have how many of our meetings, let's say last 8 meetings, or like how many times we went above 11 p.m.?
That is
or 10 p.m. or above?
That is a good question. I don't have that information off the top of your head, but that is something that we could probably pull within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would say as they're pulling that information, we typically go to about 10 o'clock. And that's with having maybe 2 items under new business. So that's been part of the, one of the reasons why we're taking a while to get to matters initiated. We have the regular business items that need to occur. I'm now stalling for time for them to look up the information, but we've been, unofficially tracking, and it's typically around 10 o'clock, if not later, with our meetings.
And we've had 2 recently that have gone to midnight, essentially.
2 recently that have either gone to or just a little past midnight.
Yeah.
So we'll come up with that.
No worries yet.
I think that's a good data point to have.
Doesn't that mean the GAD would be at like 5:30 if we did 6, if we started early and?
That would be preferable.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, are we overreacting to something that is existing or like not existing, or is it like frequently we are getting into that situation? I just want to get that data point that gives me some idea on, also, if possible, within that is, if possible, if we know, like, as city managers said, number of items, like, is it because like I want to understand, is it because 2 items, 4 items, what?
That will take a little bit more time, but that is definitely information that we can provide.
But I can give you without, yes, we'll provide that information, but typically we have been only able to schedule 2, maybe 3 new business items or unfinished business and new business combined. Because we've been realizing anything beyond that is a guaranteed 11 or midnight. And I don't want to classify, we're reacting to the matters initiated by council. We're bringing this forward because the council asked us to.
Oh, yeah. I remember. I was part of that ask. But
yeah,
only thing is why I'm asking, I need the data point so that it will help us, right? That's all. That's all. I definitely want to have this discussion. Yeah, for sure.
All right, so I see we got 3 problems, right? We got, the meeting end time, just the meeting management, how we run meetings, and then what we want to do about the closed session scheduling. So other questions related to those issues?
Actually, the previous slide, I have one, sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it wasn't a question, it was a comment, but I'm gonna wait till we're done.
All right.
So,
The
the
slide?
closed session, not this one, the one with the closed session. Oh, yeah, evaluate holding closed session. So when we are going to hold the closed session, is it going to be, but still we'll say that the council meeting is going to be at 7 o'clock or?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
actually, you can also, council can start after closed session convenes. So it's not a hard stop for closed session. If I'm getting this correct with the city attorney, you have a published start time. You can start anytime after that published start time. You just can't start before. So if you have closed session at 6 and you're out at 6:30, you now have a half an hour break. If you have closed session at 6 and it takes until 7:30, then the council meeting starts at 7:30.
Yeah, but that will disrupt the community members who are coming here, right? Let's say if they are coming here, they don't have any predictable time in that case, right? So that will be a problem.
That's a trade-off. Yeah.
And I think that staff would also evaluate depending on what is being brought forward to the closed session. If it, is it a 2-hour conversation? Is it a 1 hour? And I think that would be also a discussion of that start time. So it wouldn't always necessarily be 6.
But how we publish our, sorry,
We would.
how we publish,
I would say between the mayor, the city manager and the city clerk, it would then be decided kind of that start time. And so then that would be published. It would be 5:30, 6 o'clock to ensure that there was enough time for the council to deliberate.
so that means that will become unpredictable for council then.
The start time of
Yeah.
a closed session,
Yeah.
potentially.
Or,
Yeah.
if we know we're going to have, maybe staff can communicate with the council and just clarify that, like if we know we're likely to have a 5-hour meeting day evening, maybe clarify in advance before the packet is published, confirm that everybody can attend an hour earlier that day. Is that possible?
Well, I think that's what we're proposing is the closed sessions before city council. meeting.
Yes, but I'm saying that would obviously change our start time, but I'm saying rather than potentially creating a burden for any one of the council members every single Tuesday starting at 6, I'm saying, would it be possible to basically start at 6 if we, as needed, if we have a closed session, we know it's going to lengthen the meeting and we're going to have a very lengthy meeting, just planning ahead and checking in with the council and saying, hey, does this work for you this Tuesday?
Yeah, unfortunately, under the Brown Act, that would make it a special meeting if we didn't have it at the same time that we always do.
Okay.
And special meetings have their own restrictions.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll have a conversation on that once questions are done. Yeah.
Okay. All right, other questions down to my left?
Mm-mm.
I have my own ideas of what I like.
Yeah, I've got some ideas and I also want to make sure we get to hear Councilmember Schwein. You initiated this one, but do you want to speak now?
No, I'll wait till we're done, then I'll come.
All right, no more questions. We're going to open up public comment. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards and no written public comment was received. And I do have those statistics if you'd like.
Okay, let me close public comment. And go ahead with the statistics.
Since January, we've had 10 meetings. Of the 10 meetings, one ended at 8:30 because there was 2 reports on it. The remainder of the meetings, 7 were at 10 or after, and there were 2 after 11 o'clock.
Do you have the data for last year?
I just grabbed the data for this year. I would have to look at every, I'd have to go through all the minutes. I can take a look at that data also, but I believe most meetings do usually end after 10.
Yeah, yeah. It'd just be nice to get sort of a whole year to look at and see overall.
And would you like for that to include well, I guess no special meetings, just the regular meetings?
Yes,
We'll
please.
look up that information right now for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right, good. Well, we've closed the public comments, so we're ready to discuss things. I would like to kind of start with you, Councilmember Joyner, since you brought this up, and just re-express your concerns or what you'd like to see out of this.
Yeah, no concerns really. Thank you. It's primarily over the last year and a half, I've noticed just one, I'll talk about staff, and I won't mention where staff lives for their protection, but some staff members drive very far, and it's a very late day for them. That's number one. So empathetically, I'm thinking about the staff and their time. The second is the citizens that attend. We have citizens, elderly citizens that attend, and Gary, you're 30 years old. What are you talking about? You're a young man over there. We have citizens who it gets long and it tires out, and a lot of our agenda items, they are equally weighted, and to have important agenda items, new business items toward the end really isn't a good, we don't get a good participation from the public. And now that we're going to have Zoom, I'd like, the ability for predictability around how long, discussions are. So that's another reason why I wanted this was more predictability. It doesn't have to end at 10. It could end earlier. But, every Saturday morning I go back and I watch myself and I see how can I do better. And I do this every Saturday after every meeting to find out where could I sharpen the pencil on the question, what staff report, what public comment, what was something that I didn't think about that I could think about the next time, because that just makes us better. The intent here too, and I say this with peace and love, is to make us better advocates for running a public meeting. How we run a public meeting is an expression of how we run a city. And if we're efficient, I'm not saying dismissive, efficient in running a meeting and efficient with our time, we can be better efficient with how we run the city. And that is reflective. So a lot of the examples that Christina had gave, and thank you, were things that I thought of. The one aspect though, and I want to be empathetic to Councilmember Veros because he does work outside, like far. So I don't know if 6 o'clock is going to be doable, but I'm going to leave that for him to comment when he comments. I'll leave him for say that, because I remember we had this conversation last year at the very first time I attended the city council retreat. And the other aspect of is the last part really that and I might want to say this, just the council call outs. I think a lot of them are very long. I think a lot of them could be constricted to, and I didn't think about the ones where you get a stipend, but perhaps just, matters that affect the city, affect the citizens. I've heard comments from people, myself as well. I've learned no one cares what happened in the past if that doesn't really move the needle for the city, right? Like attending a dinner, it doesn't matter. So I want to be just a bit better at what we do at our craft. That's all. And if there are ways for us to, I think it'll help us prepare better. I love the idea of having maybe open office hours before to come in and to address questions, et cetera. That's a great idea because we do that. We do. I myself, I run up to Martin or the city manager like 5 minutes before. But imagine how much better we could be and with much more energy during the meeting with a fuller room if people know when an agenda item is going to happen, when it's going to come up, and we understand. I'm talking like, hey, this should take estimate 20 minutes, like on presentation, not the Q&A from the council. But that's where my mind was thinking. And that's why I brought it up, was because I myself find myself getting better. And I think we should all try to achieve that as well professionally. So, because we are professionals here. So let's do better. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, well said. Thank you. All right, you kind of mentioned Councilmember Perosa. I'd like to get your thoughts next on any topic, but.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Councilmember Juanet, for bringing this item. So I did have concerns about this. So there are two ways we can look at it, right? One way is the hours, when we start and when we end. The other way we can see is, are we running this meeting efficiently for how many hours? Let's say if I start this meeting at 4 o'clock and I'll have till 11 o'clock, does it mean that the council will start doing that till 11 o'clock? Because we are sitting here and as a council, we are trying to do three important things. One is we are doing critical thinking. Another one is problem solving. Third is decision making. So we are making these three important things. And if we give unlimited time, that's not going to happen. We are not going to make any efficient decisions. So we need to be cognizant about how many hours we want to spend in a meeting, right? So that's very important. Now, I want to just walk through one by one, just quickly.
Of the time-saving measures?
Yes. So when I'm looking at, let's say, limit presentation and proclamation per meeting, that's pretty low-hanging fruit, right? Then adjust mayor and council member updates limit verbal or require written. Let's say, for example, if someone want to, this is still my opinion, please. So if someone want to provide their verbal, we can limit saying that 2 minutes or 3 minutes. But if you want to give more information, then submit that through the written. Right? So you can speak 2 minutes in the council and that's like 5 of us, 2 minutes, 10 minutes there. But if you want to share more information, then you can always submit as a written, right? And then the next one is a standardized staff presentation, 15 minutes guideline. That is possible, except when we go for the budgets and all those can be pretty. Now, the next one is council debate limits, 2 rounds, 3 minutes each. Now, this can create a transparency issues within the community. Community can think that why you're not asking all the questions we are expecting or something they shared with us or whatever it is possible, right? So that can create transparency issues for me and for the community. That's again my take on that. Enhance consent calendar, expand eligible items. We need to be very careful with that. Consent calendar, yes, I agree. We have all the information and council can pull out anytime, but still we need to be a little bit careful. Again, that will also get into transparency issues. Then the next one is encourage council pre-meeting briefing for clarifying questions. So typically, whichever questions that, at least from my previously, we used to ask the questions, but again, if we ask, let's say, I mean, I wish I can ask all the questions ahead, but then let's see if all council members ask all their questions and done behind, like then we come to this council meeting and we are all sitting here and making conversation, then it looks like an orchestrated council meeting, right?
I can actually make a suggestion on that one. And I wouldn't say for every question, and that's not what we're suggesting, but there could be questions that if you do need a little bit more background, any questions that you ask of staff pre-meeting, during the meeting, you can also state, I had this question for staff prior to the meeting, here's the response, and then you get it on the record instead of, back and forth, and then, well, we got to, wait for Christina to get up from the chair in the back and walk up. I mean, we're not looking necessarily for minutes each meeting to shave off to be more efficient. We're also looking for seconds. So that could be an option under.
That practice is already, my expectation, like my guess is that it is already there. I expect that council members, especially, for example, right now, I asked the question, I wish I asked that question ahead, but then it just popped up.
Sure.
But so I agree with you that whatever the questions we can put forth, like which can take a lot of time for digging it and all that. But one thing is how much we can shrink that, we need to be very careful. Because otherwise it looks like already they made all their decisions behind the scenes.
Right, yeah,
That's
we're
the-
not
that's-
suggesting that.
Yeah, so
We're not suggesting all or
No, no.
majority, just if
Even-
it is a more involved question and you know ahead of time, we
Yeah.
appreciate the discussion.
Absolutely. So
Or if council's getting feedback from the community, if that is brought forward to the staff, like to include in their presentation, that could also be a time-saving measure too.
that will be,
Versus just
Yeah.
at the meeting where staff isn't able to prepare or have the information that is being requested.
that's right. But let's be careful, like as much definitely we would love to share those questions ahead of time, but we need to be a little bit careful how much we are asking ahead of time. And also a lot of these questions comes up during the conversation. So I want to make sure that we are be cognizant about it. So otherwise, when we send the questions and you it's like, oh, already I sent the question, which I already got the answer. Then people are like, what do you mean? So whom you're talking, where you're talking, behind the doors, those questions keep coming up. So let's be a little bit careful on that. On consider earlier start of time for city council meeting, 6 p.m. Again, including me, my commute, with a lot of our community members, they drive to South Bay for work. And by the time they come, it's pretty much late, little late. So 6 p.m., that can be, but that is the biggest thing that can help us for sure, so that we can make the meetings much earlier. But then I can say that I would definitely, from my point of view, I can go till 6:30, if that helps, right? We can start with 6:30. So that's my side thing. And what's the next item? Sorry.
The closed session, and then there was also for if the 10 p.m. is something for the council to consider here, just some, how you handle unfinished business.
Yeah. So prioritize our time box items, right? That the mayor come and prioritize and all that, right? So see, doing that one mayor will be spending around 1 hour easily to do that one. So it is like added burden for mayor, and also to keep track who's speaking how much and all that will become a problem, right? And then mayor adjusts order of business. Again, this will become a transparency issues within the community. People may be like, okay, why all the questions are not addressed? Why this is not brought up? So that can be a problem. What else? Automatically continue item. Like in two meetings back, we had a conversation where one of the item I said, hey, this looks not very important. Can we move to the next meeting, right? So I requested that. But then if it is not a very time sensitive, then
That's always under the purview of the council. And the council, when you made that suggestion, then said, okay, let's move forward. This can be quick. And I think it was another hour. But, automatically continue items that still would be under the council's purview. It would say it's 10 o'clock, then the council, I think, would have to vote to continue the items. It wouldn't just be automatic, Martin?
Yes, they would have to vote on each item for continuation.
Yeah. Okay.
So it wouldn't take long at all.
Yeah. So we should be able to, hopefully we won't be have 10 backlogs, right? 1 or 2 items, at the most 1 item at the max, right? So it is not like we'll have 10 items too. That's my, at least from my experience. Now, call a special meeting, for example, if it is something as important as budget or something, then definitely we should call for special meeting. And what are the other items? I saw the closed session one, right?
Yes.
So the closed session, my only concern is that if we start closed session at a specific time, and if it goes till 7, 8 o'clock, that means whoever is coming here or whoever is waiting to watch online, they don't have a clue when the meeting will start. So that will be a problem. And if we flip the other side, we say that, hey, this item needs 2 hours of come 5 o'clock, that will become a problem other side, right? So for that, I think we should still keep the same way what we are doing, because what my observation all these years is people, once we get to the closed item, people leave. Then we go into the meeting and then we come back and the report is done so that they don't get stuck here. That helps them. That's for the community, that will be helpful. And
If I could interject on that point.
yeah, sure.
Another option might be to have a closed session beforehand, and then the council could always continue until after the adjournment of the open session.
That's a good idea.
If would take some creative agendizing, but we could do it that way as well.
That's a good idea, actually. So that way we'll start the meeting, let's say 6:30, then we'll say the real meeting starts at 7:30. We are going to publish that agenda, or how that works?
The published agenda would still show the regular start time for the meeting so that we don't have to make the meeting a special meeting.
Oh, yeah.
So or the other option would be to have the closed session be a part of the regular agenda, which some cities also do. Then they hold their closed session and they adjourn to their closed session, and then they come back and start the open meeting.
That sounds good, actually, because if we can knock out the important ones, so that, let's say we can have a meeting, we start with new business or important something that we want to finish it while the community is here. We finish those items, then we can go back to closed session and come back and continue with the remaining items. That will be a good idea, I think.
Yes, and the city manager just reminded me too that we could do closed sessions as a special meeting at any time we wanted to,
On a different day.
on a different day or
Yeah.
different time of the day.
I think depending on the item, there might be some items that have to be, no? So it could just be any, okay.
Okay, that's a good option, because typically sorry, again, I don't want to add new question, but how many closed sessions we have typically, like in a year?
Less than 5.
Less than 5, yeah. So
I mean, it really depends. Usually it's negotiations is a big piece. I would say less than 5.
And last but not least, one thing I would definitely request is that when we have these kind of council meetings, right, regularly, we need to make sure that we don't put too many items, especially, let's say, for example, today budget, we got very lucky. It was done pretty fast, but otherwise it can take very long time. And when we have something like that kind of item, adding all these many items can definitely a problem. So I understand if it is time sensitive, you don't have much option, but if there is any scope which is not within the time sensitive, for example, in this case with the budget and then flagpole and all those things, I would consider thinking about whether I need to add flagpole in this agenda at all, right? I'm not trying to criticize you.
No, I will accept all criticism gladly. It's a bit of a balancing act of what we think would happen versus what we can guarantee. And part of the issue right now is we're able to, like I mentioned earlier, do maybe 2 new business items, maybe 3, because we're going consistently to 10 o'clock. So it just, for whatever reason, it feels like we're less and less able to handle more items depending on what they are. I'm also trying to balance it with, a council doing matters initiated and with an expectation of getting to it at some point. So maybe the council understanding with matters initiated, they may be 3, 4, or 5 months out. We haven't had that happen yet. Actually, we just started doing matters initiated 3 years ago. So that's also relatively new, but it is a bit of a balance. We've been trying to keep the agendas to about 10 o'clock, but for various reasons, it goes over.
Especially like when we have a important discussion, that can just goes a lot of hours. And like, as I said, budget items and all those. So we need to be a little bit creative, how to balance it out, reduce the number of items. That's I think that's pretty much right. I covered everything. Okay, great. Thank you.
Did we do public comment on this item?
Yes.
Yeah,
There was
we
no
did.
public comment.
We did?
There was no public comment,
Oh, okay. All right.
but you
good.
did, yes.
All right, so we're in the
You opened it
discussion
and
mode.
closed it,
I just
yes.
want to make sure. I lost track.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let me come down this way. Richard?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of things to say other than it would be nice to start early and get home a little early. I think we do get, it's a long night sometimes and, if we can balance whether it's good for the public, as Councilmember Veros mentioned, people are commuting and so on. So maybe that could be a problem, but I mean, you indicated 6:30. I mean, I was thinking 6, but if 6:30 is doable, then I would consider that. And to get out at 10, or at least make it our goal would be nice. I think we're here pretty late sometimes, so. But that's really all I have to say.
Okay, all right. Vice Mayor Rubio.
Okay, so I'll just kind of go through the list from here, or if you want to put it up there, it's up to you. So limit on presentations and proclamations per meeting. I think the best way to deal sometimes maybe with proclamations is, I hate to say it, but the council doesn't really need, not like each one of us does not have to make a comment about a proclamation. I mean, that alone could save like 10 minutes right there, So if we just kind of, I think we're sharing our gratitude in giving the proclamation. I don't think we actually need to say anything. And then adjust mayor and council member updates now. So I agree on a time limit, but I think I would aim more for 4 minutes. I find 2 to 3 to be very restrictive. I think 4 minutes is decent. We can survive that. And also I would encourage if we could put some language to say, hey, stick to reporting things that are have key relevancy specifically to San Ramon. I know I sit on other boards and there's a lot of stuff I don't report on because it has nothing to do with San Ramon. So I stick to reporting what impacts directly San Ramon so the residents are aware of that. And that's what I would like to see us kind of stick to when we do reports is the relevancy and key information to the community. And that could include an event that's coming up as well, right? But it's something important that the community should know, basically. And then I don't believe in council debate limits. I think if, the staff anticipates that we're going to have a robust discussion about something, limit the number of items we have on the agenda. That's how you handle that, because we can't cut corners on that. Enhanced consent calendar items. Again, I share the concerns that Councilmember Veros had. I wouldn't want people to feel that we're sweeping things under the rug and just, approving it without actual deliberation. So I'm hesitant to go that route. Encourage council pre-meeting briefings for clarity. Absolutely. If we have a question that we know we're going to ask and it's something that we can get an answer to in advance, why not? Ask, but definitely I would report that out in the statement and say, I inquired about this. Here's my understanding and what I gathered, and explain that so that there's full disclosure on that, right? And then consider earlier start time. I think 6:30, if that works for Councilmember Veros, that certainly works for me, 6:30. But if we go to 6:30, I'm kind of wondering if we should end at 10:30 technically, and then allow one extension to 11 p.m. should it be required, right? For a net total of 4.5-hour meetings, right? And then next slide, sorry.
The unfinished business.
Unfinished business. So I think a good strategy was one that was just mentioned, that if it's something that we know is going to require a lot more time, it may be a good idea just for us to have those meetings, those more robust meetings, be a special separate meeting so that we're not sort of absorbing, I mean, I know we've had items like on financial budget stuff where we're talking about it for an hour straight, And so maybe, kind of balancing, of course, our agenda, like the city manager said, it's kind of an art, but refining that, making sure we're not overloaded. Or if we really do need the time, we don't want council to feel like we have to rush because we have 4 more items on the agenda to consider. So maybe it should be a special meeting. I'm concerned about automatically continuing items only because we can get really backlogged. And I don't want that to happen. What are time box? Can you define that?
Time box would be, for the flag policy, you're limiting discussion, the whole item should be from start to finish, take 30 minutes. And
Okay.
if it needs to take longer, then it gets continued or the council decides to go longer. But if you time box, that way, each item should take this long and it just kind of keeps things concise.
Right.
We actually get questions from either outside agencies or even residents. They'll ask, what time do you think they'll discuss X, Y, and Z? And we just do not provide a time. We don't want people, we don't want to be on the record of saying, oh, you can show up at 8:30 and you'll be fine and the meeting's over by 8:30.
Right.
So that it would give them a general estimation of when something is coming up on the
Right.
agenda.
So, okay. So, yeah, I worry about that. It's kind of like you don't want to commit yourself to something that may not be feasible. And now we have a bunch of things getting rolled over into other meetings. And I also think D could be confusing to people because some people may show up for a certain item and then next thing you know, we change things. I don't think that's a good idea. Next is
Closed session.
closed session. So I like the idea of holding, if we start at 6:30, we could estimate, we could allow, if we do it, we could do it at the beginning and maybe, strive to finish within 30 minutes. But if we can't, if we feel it's going to be a 1-hour closed session, can we put on the agenda that the start time will be at 7:30 or is that going back into a special meeting?
That would make it a special meeting. So
Okay.
we have to stick with the same starting time,
Okay, same start time.
which we could do if we had the closed session after the opening of the regular meeting. It would just be the first item as opposed to the last.
Okay, okay. Okay, so we just start at 6:30 and it becomes an item. Okay, and that's kind of same thing that we do with everything else anyway. We don't have a set time anyway on the other things, right? So,
Right. The disadvantage, though, would be that people would not know exactly when to show up for their item because they wouldn't know how long the closed session is going to take.
True. Or maybe could that be something that we go back into? Remember, we were supposed to have a workshop for policies and procedures. And maybe if we go into the beginning, if we do it in the beginning, we limit it to no more than 1 hour. If we need more time and say we finish our regular business earlier than expected, and we have until 10:30, but we can extend by 1.5 hour, 11 o'clock. We can finish it then.
Yes, you can do it that way. Again, we would just have to make accommodations for that in the agenda.
Okay, and then, because one of the things I do worry sometimes with the closed session is just, we've had a full meeting and then we have to hold really important conversations, in closed session, and just being tired is not, I think is not a good thing. Okay, was that, what else was it? Evaluate?
That was it.
Okay, so that was it. Sorry, I'm just double checking my notes and making sure I don't forget because I don't want to have to ask for my time back again. I apologize. I think that should do it. Yeah, the only thing is, yeah, because the stipend thing to me about going back to the report outs, the stipend thing, that seems a little too restrictive for my preference, because there may be something we actually heard in the committee that may be of benefit to the community, you know? So that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, I guess over to me now, and we'll just go down the list like everybody else. So limit presentations and proclamations. I don't know that we want to limit it, but I do agree with Vice Mayor Rubio that we as council members can limit our conversation on it, and maybe it's just, you know, the proclamation speaks for itself. And thank you for your time. Maybe somebody's really got a burning comment, we'll offer that up, but it doesn't need to be all five because we probably all have the same sentiment anyway. Same thing for special presentations. I don't know that we all have to speak, but there may be, depending upon the presentation, we may all want to make some comments, but I don't think we limit the number, like we're only going to do one special presentation or one proclamation each meeting. Sometimes we've had two, sometimes we've had three, but a lot of times we have zero. And some of them are kind of time-based, depending upon the month that proclamation is and that sort of thing. So,
and Mayor, a clarification about in particular with the presentations, historically, you know, I'll pick out the fire district would do their annual presentation. And at one point it was the norm of thank you for your presentation. You know, thank you for your service to the community. There wasn't a lot of questions back and forth about, you know, how many I'm not saying that this has happened, but for example, how many number of calls have you had? What's your budget like? What's you know, the presentations are more for information rather than a back and forth. That's more of a new business item than an actual presentation.
Yeah, I agree.
We just want to also establish that norm with the people presenting, because some of them have the expectation of, I'm going to present my information, thank you, and go, but then they get a list of questions and they weren't necessarily prepared for questions.
Well, I was going to say, we've had some presentations, for example, some say senior advisory committee or arts advisory, something like that. And we start asking questions that they have a prepared report. They're not the staff POC, and we're really putting them on a spot. It's very uncomfortable for them. And I think we really should listen to their presentation, thank them for their service and their efforts and the content of their presentation, but not drill into them too hard because they happen to be the chair that year and somebody helped them get a presentation. They're nervous enough standing up there in the first place, and they don't have a lot of the answers that
it's a report out
we're asking.
It's more of a report out than a back and forth.
Right. Yeah. All right. So that's that. Councilmember Mayor and Councilmember updates. We need to do better with our reports. I think we're all in agreement on that. We all just need to do better and truncate, you know, shorten them up, keep it relevant to things that are really important to the city. We do talk about a lot of stuff. We probably talk about too many social events or fundraising events or community cultural events and things like that. It's not that we can't do that, but I think we need to do a better job kind of picking and choosing which ones we do, and it's not a recap of our agenda for the past 2 weeks since the last council meeting, because I mean, honestly, some of us are doing 2 and 3 things a day, and we don't need to talk about all that stuff. But I agree with Vice Mayor Rubio. I don't think we limit it to whatever you get a stipend for. There's a lot of activities I think that we attend that there's probably something relevant we ought to share with the community. There's not many people still around when we do those updates, but a lot of people do go back and they watch the video and things like that. But I think we all need to discipline ourselves to try to figure out how to be a little more succinct in that.
And Mayor, you know, or require written, some communities have implemented council report out spreadsheets where the council members will say, I went to this meeting at this time, here was the important topic or whatever. We'd be more than happy to establish a spreadsheet for council where you can list all of your items and then use that list as like, okay, highlight, you know, a few items off that list. And then that list is entered into the record, into the agenda. as officially here are the items that you covered in between the two council meetings.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of written updates. I mean, to me, it's more preparation, more work on the part of the council members to prepare for that report. But certainly it could be an optional thing perhaps, but
I can forward
don't
an
think we
example
want
to
to
the council
direct
later.
a
Yeah.
written update
Yep.
For council members. And then council debate. I'm not a big fan of council debate limits, 2 rounds, 3 minutes each, or whatever format. I think we just, we saw a good example of this just in the last item that we talked about. We kind of went back and forth and around, but you know what? That's a healthy discussion too. It's making sausage, but at the same time, everybody has the opportunity to say what they want to say or rebut what somebody else has said or get their perspective out. And sometimes you don't get that in 2 rounds at 3 minutes each. So I'm not a big fan of that. Enhanced consent calendar. I've heard some objection to that tonight. I think about the Danville Town Council, they do almost everything on a consent calendar. We happen to have a lot of residents who like the idea of transparency. We all up here like the idea of transparency. So maybe it's not so much enhanced, but we had 12 items on consent tonight. That was a lot of items. So didn't get any comments from the public on any of those items or requests to pull it. So, I think we might have some room, but most of the things that we do put on the regular agenda or, new items or new business, most of those we do need to talk about. I agree, but I will say I've seen some things on consent that I really think probably shouldn't have been on consent. We probably should have had them highlighted, and because the community needs to hear about those things. Okay. Pre-meeting briefings for clarifying questions. We all need to do a better job, I think, or I need to do a better job of maybe asking questions ahead of time of the staff or the city manager. Often I do that, but as has been said, sometimes we want to make the point that to ensure that the public has the opportunity to hear whatever that answer is. So just because we happen to know it doesn't mean we hold that information and we're ready to make a decision. Now, sometimes it needs to be brought to light and everybody needs to hear that. Start time, I'm all for an earlier start time. I'm all for 6 o'clock, but I understand if we have a real constraint with the 6:30, but I'd even prefer to go early at 6 if we could. What's the next item? And for the reasons as stated, staff time are the audience, the level of participation, the clarity of mind at the end of the day, when we get to the important items. Automatically continue items. I would say whenever we get to the end time, we're close, we continue to do what we've been doing, which is we take a vote to continue for 30 minutes or not, and we keep that in there to just say, nope, we're going to stop and we'll continue it to the next meeting because we've reached the end time. I don't know I don't think that's the right way to go personally. We call a special meeting. We have that ability now. We can call a special meeting. So I'm not sure we need to do anything different on that. Prioritize or time box. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I guess a city manager could take a stab at that, but that is a lot of work. And then even if you do say 30 minutes or 60 minutes or whatever, the discussion will go the way the discussion goes, and it may be we need to take the extra time to discuss something, even if it has been boxed. So I'm okay with that, but I'm not really a big fan of that. Mayor adjusts order of business. We can do that now. So there's nothing new there. If we really felt we needed to adjust the order and move something up, we can. But again, as has been said, there's some people that come they look at the agenda order and they go, I'm not going to show up until, I know these guys talk forever, so I'm not going to show up for an hour. And if we move that thing up first, they missed it.
Yeah.
Now we're going to hear about it. So, but there might be some items, I've seen this, where it's important that we actually do accelerate an item, and we have that ability right now.
And Mayor, that scenario would be if we didn't expect a crowd for a particular item and we just happen to, I haven't experienced that here in San Ramon, but I've experienced it in other cities where it was like, wait a minute, we see the speaker cards being pulled. You may want to take that new business item that's at the end and move it to the top. And you make that statement. We know there's a lot of people here to comment on this. We're going to organize the agenda. As you stated, you have that ability now.
And I've seen that done also. So.
Yeah, typically we have a good idea. If we know there's going to be a lot of people, then we make sure that that's appropriately agendized.
Yeah, I'm okay with a closed session before council meetings. And if we don't get it done, then I'm okay with continuing it after the regular council meeting. The impact there is, whoever's there for the closed session, if it's a negotiator or if it's let's say it's a personnel matter or something like that, we're impacting those people as well, to them having to wait for our regular meeting to finish before we finish up. We only have a limited number of closed session items. I would say if the schedule, if travel schedule and everything else was possible, we do it ahead of time. But if not, then call a special meeting and knock it out.
And it's few and far between, but there are some scenarios where if we have outside counsel, we are paying them by the hour. So, having an outside counsel or somebody who's paid by the hour sitting in the audience for 4 hours, we're paying them for 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. And then as far as the end time, yeah, I'm good with, if we can start earlier, then I'd say we put in kind of an end time instead of 11 o'clock, then it's going to be, we adjust it and we do that 30-minute decision point starting at 10 o'clock or 10:30 or however we adjust the initial start time. But I would say whatever we decide on, if we can come to some kind of an agreement tonight that we do it as a pilot for 6 months and we'll see how it works out and then adjust it. So I'm okay. We'll
For logistics, the city attorney, our municipal code right now states that our regular meetings start at 7 p.m. So to adjust that, it would be an introduction of an ordinance, adoption of an ordinance, 30 days for it to go into effect. So we're looking at August, that start time could change to 6:30, correct?
All of the above, correct.
Okay.
And also I should note some of the items that we're talking about, it could be Muni code, it could be the meeting rules and procedures, it could be the rules and procedures that we're working on, it could be council norms. So many of the items that we've discussed live in different places. So tonight, what we're looking for is direction, and then we'll make sure that they land in the right places on the specific items that council would like to address, if any.
So, all right. So, I mean, I thought that was one of the proposals was a pilot, and I'd be okay with that. But if it's too much administration, then okay, let's make whatever the change is, change the ordinances, change the policy, change the whatevers, and then if it doesn't work,
you can change
then
it
we
back.
change it again.
Yep.
Mayor, may I add?
Yeah, and that was it for me. Go ahead.
So the only thing that the mayor brought up, and I thought it was a good point. So on these presentations that we get, these special presentations, whether it's the fire department or PD or any or our committees, but especially our committees, I feel like if we do say something, at best, maybe it should just be more like it's a small clarification with we have a recommendation. Does that make sense? Because the advisory committees, to some degree, they need our instruction, our guidance, what we're looking for. And so I think that to some degree, it is that part of it, at least being able to maybe just if we really feel that we have a good idea and making a recommendation, maybe, the special counsel, as the city manager mentioned, whether, we have them here in the beginning and we don't finish, and then we go at the end and have the finish at the closed session at the end of the meeting. Even now, if our meeting runs later, they're sitting there waiting for us and we're paying for them. So maybe something to consider is that if it's, say, I can think of some of the closed sessions we've had where we have extensive conversations with the special counsel, and if we're paying them by the hour, maybe it should just be a special meeting closed session. And that way we're not having them just sitting there in the audience, whether it's in the beginning or the tail end of the meeting. That's it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Can I make some comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so as a council member, it's my responsibility that I stick to the agenda item, focus on my agenda item. I'll focus and prepare ready and stick to that agenda item so that we can be cognizant as well as efficient. So as a council member, that's my responsibility, I feel. So that at the best, we will try to see that how we can make efficient decision rather than going into tangent. That's my responsibility. And then the second thing is about the closed session. If we start initially, the problem is that at least I think is that people will be sitting here for public comment. I would like to at least finish the public comment. And if there is any top priority business items we should finish, then we'll get into the closed session. That way, people who want to make a public comment, they can finish it and they can move on rather than just waiting there for us to come back and all that. That's on that. And the most important thing is how we can cut time for our city manager comments.
I have cut them out the last 2 times, and I'm prepared to cut them out tonight. But actually, I know that's a bit of a joke, but what I update in our comments are on our event calendar. So I can also change that to not just do events, but items that I think are pertinent, and maybe not do comments if there's nothing. I remember my predecessor hardly ever had comments, but I'm now extending the meeting by going off on the tangent.
Robert?
No, you finish.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just that's for a light side. And going back to that verbal and written, I'm okay with, but then we need to have a limit on that verbal. There are times I've seen where we went like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. That's like with 5 people, 5 council members, each takes 15 minutes. That will be like almost 1 hour we'll be sitting here. So I would like, I know Vice Mayor mentioned 4 minutes. That means 5 of us means 20 minutes. So we need to know that one. But I mean, I can go in between like 2. I said 2, but you said 4. But then I can go with 3 minutes, 3-minute verbal. And anything that you want to share, you can share written to the community.
Well, I was just thinking that, it doesn't mean we have to use all 4 minutes. It's just, that's a cap,
Yeah, but I'm sure there will be 4 minutes. 4 minutes will go to 6 minutes, but
It's just that it would be hard, like even if I listed, for example, just listing, like, for example, my last report, I literally didn't say any details because I didn't want to delay. But I have 15 events and meetings attended that I even if you're now I have to resort to writing it, that is a huge toll. And so I'm just saying, if we are gracious enough to give us 4 minutes, if we have to. But I think for the most part, it's really about us exercising sort of a common understanding and self-discipline to make sure we're not giving unnecessary details.
Set timer. I'm sorry, the timer has the
That's what I
ability to
was
go
gonna
to
ask
4
you.
minutes.
Yeah, yeah,
If you did want to help, we can set the timer at 4 minutes.
yeah, I'm fine with that. I think we should be able to do that.
We can start that immediately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mayor,
we'll test pilot it today. No, I'm kidding.
Mayor, we could share the calendar that Debbie shares. The calendar that Debbie prepares for us, we
Right.
could attach that to the staff report as well, because it does have all the events.
We could, but that's also an estimate of who might attend things.
No, that's all. It just, the point I'm trying to make is that that we don't do a good job of announcing some of these things and we come back after the fact.
Yeah.
We tell people we went to such and such.
Oh, I
when-
understand your point.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah,
And yeah, that has not in place of call outs, not in place of reports. It's just something where people could look back and say, ah, okay, there is because the mayor's meeting, I candidly, I stopped going to them because there's nothing there's
Right.
nothing that goes on over there except it's the same people that keep coming and there's no public comment. If anything, it's the same motley crew. And why? And I get people who ask me, I didn't know that there was a mayor's conference. Can I go to those mayor's conferences? It'd be nice if people knew ahead of time.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a problem. Is there a way to publish the?
We can do that under item 10, which is council matters initiated and report outs. We can just, as an attachment, put the council calendar of events as it's updated.
Yeah.
I would like to share a written version. I'm not trying to sell it, but I will share it with the council about what it does look like in terms of putting in what you attended.
Okay.
Because then it's almost a follow-up to that council calendar. It's almost like saying, I did attend this, I attended that.
Well, that's a whole nother issue is
Right.
if we talked about this during the council retreat, I think also, but like if we sign up to attend something, then we ought to attend it. We ought to attend it on time. We ought to participate when it's time to participate, or if we don't have a role to participate and we're just observing, then we fulfill that role. as
I
well.
would suggest the council upcoming calendar doesn't specify who is scheduled to go to what. It's just,
Yeah, I think
here are
that-
the items.
That's probably a better way.
And then you could do a follow-up of what was attended, so. But we can, again, a lot of these suggestions are gonna live in different areas and we're gonna look for, concrete direction tonight. There are things that we can work on. I don't think we're gonna get through everything tonight, but I do think we would need formal direction on the start time. I don't know if there's any other formal direction other than, I don't know, Christina, if you can think of any formal direction that we would need.
The start time would require an introduction of an ordinance, which
Right.
could be brought forward to the next meeting. The end time would need to be updated in the resolution, which
Right.
can also be brought forward at the next meeting. But is it 10:30? Is it 10, 11? I don't know if council's landed on a specific end time.
I don't think we did, but I think you wanted to say something else before
No.
we get to that.
No, the quick thing, I would love to see, Steve, I would love to see those reports. If anything, just so I know how it's written, just so if I could just educate myself and it's going to coach me to give a better call out, maybe there's something more succinct I could do. I would love to see it. If anything, just to make me better. 10 o'clock. Please, unless it's up to them.
So is that not a motion, but can we do a poll on that one, 6:30 to 10 o'clock?
Well, can we start with the start time? Maybe
it's
that might be.
vote
a
on
better
the-
Wanna do
way.
that?
Oh, the start time 6:30?
I'm seeing multiple nodding heads for 6:30. Are we okay?
6:30.
Okay, so we're okay on 6:30.
Oh,
Now the end
I'm
time.
okay with it. I mean, I'm flexible. Earlier the better for me.
Okay.
And then 10 o'clock.
Now, again, council can continue past 10, but then you need to start voting if you want to continue.
May I make a substitute motion for 10:30?
Oh, I don't know if okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I just think that we need a solid 4 hours. If there's gonna, if we don't need it, we leave earlier. That's simple as that. But I do worry, because typically we just talked about, I think, what did you gather the information for last year by chance?
Yes, so last year there were 22 meetings. There were 5 that ended between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. There were 5 that ended between 9 and 10 p.m. There were 6 that ended between 10 and 11 p.m. There were 3 between 11 and 12 p.m. and there were 3 after 12 p.m.
Yeah.
So 12 of the 22 meetings were after 10.
That's why I'm saying, I'm like, I can't see how, and I don't mean to override, I'm sorry, Robert's motion, but I just don't see how the math in some of these right here looks like 12 of those 22 meetings would not finish by 10 o'clock.
If I could just say something, it's not because of the agenda items, it's because of, I'll just say it, we put a lot of air in our conversation that is irrelevant to the topic.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to stop right there. You take what you want from that, but it's not the agenda items. I've been in hairier situations where we finished, in under time and we came to resolution. But we look at something and we tend to just multiply and amplify it for no reason. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch the videos. I go back every morning, Saturday, and I watch it. It's there. So I'm just going to say that. So
I tend to agree, but also if we had it at 10, we can still extend by 30-minute increments.
Right, but then that's the thing. Are we going to just keep extending indefinitely? Or are we going to allow only 1 extension, 2 extensions?
Well, we have-
That's kind of what I'm trying to, when I suggested 6:30 to 10:30 with 1 extension allowed, meaning no later than 11 p.m. if there's special circumstances. But, and I wish we could start at 6, but we also have to be mindful that there are people who are, Councilmember Veros, if that's not feasible for him, I mean, obviously, we don't want to put him under that
Right,
constraint.
understand.
So,
I think the question here is, when do you start voting on half-hour increments?
That's
At
right.
10 or 10:30?
yeah.
Even if you were to put a limit of we can only do 1 extension, the
Mhm.
council can override that at any time. It's more of a guideline than a solid rule. So I think that's the question at hand. Do you want to start at 10 or 10:30 with the half-hour extensions?
Okay, I'm fine with whatever you want.
So yeah, like we're only at 3 hours and 40 minutes right now. Right?
Right.
Yeah, 3 hour and 40 minutes. So I'm doing the math. Okay, so that would put us at about 10:10 in a meeting. So we'd already have to ask for 1 extension.
So
do 10.
tonight it would have been 1 extension.
Yeah.
If it's at 10:30, if it was at 10 o'clock, it'd be the 2nd extension.
Yeah, but if we would have start 6:30, that means we would have been
No, we'd be at 10:10 right
10,
now.
10,
I
yeah.
think regardless of how the meeting's gone
One.
tonight, it's still, it's when do you want to start voting on half-hour extensions, 10 or 10:30? There is no hard and fast rule where you can say at 10 o'clock, we all stop talking and leave. You would still need a council vote.
So we can give a shot. Let's go with that, 10 o'clock to ask for the extension. And I agree with Council Member Joyner that if we as a council member take responsibility and be efficient, I'm telling you, most of this stuff, we wouldn't have even had this conversation today. The problem is when we are getting digressed and then talking irrelevant matters to the things that is not even relevant, that's where always we get into this situation.
Mhm.
And then make sure, please, again, be conscious about council member updates. That's
Mhm.
another thing, 15, 20 minutes per, that is also hurting us. So let's be efficient rather than, even if you keep, as I said, the number of hours, if you keep increasing, it doesn't going to make you better problem solving or decision making. It makes it more and more worse as you keep on extending. So
Sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice here. So what's the pleasure of the council then? For what time?
I think I'm hearing 6:30 and 10, but but there may be a,
Oh, no, I mean, it's fine. Forgive me. If we're gonna be allowed to extend it if we need it. I mean, that's the question. Are we going to allow, is there gonna be a limit on the number of extensions too?
we haven't
I
had
think
in the
you-
past.
I mean, technically you can't because you
You-
said it's kind of case by case basis, right?
It's more of a general guideline for the council, but
Uh-huh.
you would still need to vote to continue items. You can't just cut the mics and say, we have one extension, we're going to 10:30 or 11, then after that, cut the mics and go. You would still need a council vote to continue the items. You would still, so it really is, when do you want to start voting on extending 10 or 10:30?
Okay. So I'm fine with either, actually, so.
I'm good with 10 o'clock. We can
So
start.
am I seeing 3, 4, or 5 nodding heads for 10?
Sure.
Start, okay, so 10 PM. So that would be the items that we would need to update for the ordinance. I think the rest of the items that you discussed, if there's anything that you want to highlight, the 4 minutes each, I mean, we could put the clock up, so it helps with time. You can use your iPhones. It's whatever. That doesn't need an ordinance update to say we're gonna stick to 4 minutes. It's more of a norms or, kind of a guidelines that we can put together eventually.
Sure.
As it's another item on the list to go through with the council, but it's whatever else you want to agree to tonight, or just leave it at that.
What about the special counsel issue? Because I know that there's a couple times a year where we have a special counsel that comes in and the meetings can go a while with them. And so I'm wondering if for those meetings, might it be for cost purposes as well as us being clear-minded and rested? Would it be better to just have those as special meetings?
We would, yes, we can, just as a general practice, look at special meetings and poll the council. We just, for time-sensitive items, we would need council schedules to align. That's been a little bit of a challenge with the busy schedules, is trying to fit everything in, but we would need, if we do have a special meeting, we would put out suggested dates and then ask council to kind of rearrange schedules to get to that closed session. In particular, I think most of them are time sensitive when we would use like an outside counsel.
Right.
So we can start polling the council for that. And then if need be, if there's no times at work, then we have to kick it to a regular council meeting.
On the special council meetings, see, we need to be very cognizant about it, because if we expect that there is going to be a meeting that can be pretty long meeting, then let's reduce the number of items as much as possible so that
That's
we
what we've
don't
been
end up.
doing.
Yeah, it's not like we just put together too much and then we ended up in special meetings. That also adds a lot of work for council staff. Like you have to all come here, sit here, and then community members, right? So if there is a scope that we can reduce it, the agenda for expecting this will be a long session, then that is the best option. I would consider that way.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so we've,
Do we-
everything else is more policies and procedures that we can talk about.
Yeah,
right?
and internal management, and I think this discussion has been healthy for us to kind of hear each other out about, how we manage
Right.
the time during the meeting, and we can all probably do better and learn from this discussion. I know I've taken some things away, so I've appreciated this. Do you have what you need?
Yes, we have what we need. We'll work in some of the items.
Okay. All right, then if you have what you need, then I'm going to close this item and we're going to move on to city manager.
No updates for this evening. I'll waive my time.
Would you set the timer?
Set the timer.
Nope.
We're gonna
I'm
practice
good.
today. Oh, no, we're gonna practice today. We're doing a pilot program.
All right, you really, nothing, Stephen? Okay,
To add at this hour.
all right, let me start down here with Councilmember Joanna.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So I want to just congratulate Captain Tammy Williams. She's in the back over there on her promotion to Administrative Services Captain. Congratulations. And just we had the traffic board meeting, a nice update, and I want to give a thank you to Candace Anderson, Supervisor Candace Anderson. We decided to add a vote to add a 7th bus route, an extra bus route to Monte Vista during 7th period. The cost would have been about $600 per parent per rider, but Supervisor Anderson had offered that the county would subsidize 50% of that. So I wanted to just to thank the county and Supervisor Anderson for that. So for the parents, this next coming up school year, we're going to see a seventh period bus for Monte Vista High for the parents that live in San Ramon that send their kids there. And I'm the new chair for Traffics, and Rachel Hurd from San Juan Valley Unified School District is the vice chair. So that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me down to Councilmember Adler.
I don't know. I wrote a lot of stuff down. I don't know if I can be that short. Yeah, I did want to give Councilmember Swinen credit for graduating from Leadership San Ramon Valley class, which I think is a great way to learn about our area. And I got to give kudos to my class of 2023. We did a three-peat, and we were able to get the best donation, and we had a best donation contest, and although we split it with another class this year. I want to mention that the San Ramon Historic Foundation had a meeting discussion of the successful sheep shearing event. Talked about, I think for liability, we wanted to get some seat belts for the tractors for the kids that are riding those. They really enjoy the event at Forest Home Farms and riding the tractor. And then we are upcoming, we are going to have a continuation of the Friday Speakers Series at Forest Home Farms starting on June 26th, and there's going to be a discussion of it's called Stories from San Ramon General Store. We're going to have a lady who was a professor talk about what it was like 100 years ago in San Ramon when we had our general store that was started out as a stagecoach stop and ended up providing gasoline. So that shows you how long that was around. And we also had at the Teen Council had a discussion of e-bike and scooter safety. We had Officer Stephen Acasos, who I wanted to add was named Officer of the Year by his peers. He gave that report on safety, and he has been the high school resource officer at Cal High, and he emphasized that students need training in e-bikes, and some of these bikes can go from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, so it's important that we get that training. Also on May 21st, I attended a ribbon cutting. A number of us did at the New Heritage Park. Alex Mayran was presiding, the president and CEO of Sunset Development. I really was impressed with that new park. I'm proud that we have that as a new park in our community. Vice Mayor Rubio also spoke at that event and welcomed everybody. And we also had recognized the designer of one of the structures there, the Big Little House. It was designed by a couple artists who did a great job, and especially would be needed during our hot summer days. I also attended, Vice Mayor Rubio and I attended the Transportation Advisory meeting. Major point of discussion was the radar sign installments on Doherty Road. There was a staff report. I was really impressed with PJ Schott. Talked about the radar sign. That was I think started by Mayor Hudson. Started that in 2006, and we have about $15,000 available for those signs, which are better, compared to the speed bumps, which cost about $15,000. No, actually $30,000 to $50,000. So it's a good way of trying to slow traffic in our city. And also went, of course, everybody was there at the Memorial Day. Had a wonderful moving Memorial Day program. The mayor spoke, and we had some dignitaries spoke, had a colonel speak, and this was all appropriate. It was in front of our beautiful soaring eagle, Liberty, to honor the our fallen service members. So that was a great event. And today I actually went to a driver's appreciation lunch for Traffics in Concord. We recognize the bus drivers who drive our kids, and sometimes they found kids who were sleeping, and they had to get them where they needed to be. But that's what I did today and the last 2 weeks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Rubio.
Oh,
yeah, let's go to Councilmember Rose. Sorry.
So attended Arts and Advisory Committee meeting. The key items, we did review the San Ramon Arts and Wind Festival update, which was verbal, but it was great to see how practically this beautiful event unfolded. It was amazing event. Thanks to Parks and Community Services Department and everyone who were volunteers, all our non-profit business community, whoever joined that event. It was amazing event that took place. Thanks for that. And then another important thing is we started this third Thursday Arts and Eats. So please join that event and support. Let your people who are please share that this is going to be definitely going to become one of the signature in future. I'm looking forward to make this as our signature event in our San Ramon. And then we reviewed our San Ramon 5-year cultural arts and plan priority reviews. Please check the agenda so that you can get more details on that. Also, as Councilmember Adler mentioned, we along with the other council members attended Heritage Park Open, as well as attended our Memorial Day celebration. Once again, thanks to our Parks and Community Services Department for such an amazing event hosting in our community. So that's pretty much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Rubio, and we have 4 minutes before 11 o'clock.
Wait. Technically, it's 10:57 now. So no, I'm
3
kidding.
minutes. You're right.
So on May 13th, I attended a LAFCO meeting, nothing pertinent directly to San Ramon, so I will move on. On May 13th, I also attended the Community Police Academy graduation, along with the mayor and Councilmember Joinette. We had a pretty impressive class. I will say it's probably one of the largest group of women graduates I think I've ever seen in this year around. And then let's see. And then on May 14th, I attended a 2026 Economic Outlook and Membership meeting. Just basically covered the vision for San Ramon. Alex Manron was there and a couple other folks who are, just talking about the sort of the vision they have for San Ramon, literally. We also had a professor from Berkeley talking about AI and robotics. And then on May 14th, I went to the Stanford Healthcare Tri-Valley Pleasanton campus groundbreaking at 5555 West Las Positas. Just want to let the community know that there will be more healthcare facilities available to them. On May 16th, I attended the truck time along with Councilmember Adler. And then on May 17th, I attended the military swearing-in ceremony. I had to do a quick hello because I had 2 overlapping events that day, but I did, and I think it started a little later than expected. But I did take the time to congratulate each of the students, the young people who were going on to military school. And then May 18th, Historic Foundation was already covered by Councilmember Edler. May 21st, County Connection. I will just say in broad terms that we talked about the budget, the Clipper Bay Pass Amendment, and talking about paratransit riders surveys, as well as the Youth Ride Free rollout program, which will come back this summer. And then on May 21st, Transportation Advisory Committee was already mentioned by Councilmember Adler. May 21st, Heritage Park. It was Roberto and Rosario, and I don't remember their last names, but they were literally brought here to help with the design of that house from Miami, Florida. So this is a privately owned park by Sunset Development, but it is open to the public, right across from Belmont Village. On May 23rd and 24th, I attended the Art and Wind Festival with many, I think everybody was there at some point or another. And then May 24th, Memorial Day program with everyone here as well. Thank you.
All right, I have about 10 seconds. So congratulations, not just to Councilmembers Reyna, but also to Glenda Broadfoot and Janice Keller from our HR department for Leadership San Ramon Valley. And I'll just say, although staff's all gone, great job by all the staff of Parks and Community Services, our police department, our public works folks. What a phenomenal event was Art Wind Festival and the Memorial Day celebration. Just two wonderful events. I attended a couple other things, but I want to get to one matters initiated item, and that is to we have a planning commission vacancy now that Max Zhang has been hired onto the city staff. And I'd like to put on the agenda a discussion about how we proceed with backfilling his vacancy at the soonest possible time.
Okay. 3 hands on that one? I see 3. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
We will get that on a future agenda.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. And with that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you.